The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President.
I'm in receipt of a message from the acting president, which reads as follows. June 20th, 2022. Dear Mr. President, I wish to inform the Honorable the Senate that, with the approval of the Honorable Prime Minister, it is proposed that in accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution of Barbados, I will continue to perform the functions of the office of President from 19th June to 27th June 2022. As the Honorable the Senate will not meet prior to the extension of the acting period, it will not be possible for the usual formal message to be sent to your chamber. Will you, therefore, please bring the extension of acting formally to the attention of the Honorable the Senate when next it meets? Yours faithfully, Acting President.
Honor.
I'm in receipt of the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, June 1st, 2022, for confirmation. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the adoption of the minutes as described.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting of June 1st, 2022 be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. The minutes stand confirmed. In terms of further announcements, I have apologies for absence from senators who are away on business, Senator Dr. Crystal Haynes, Senator Malalou, and Senator Nurse. And apologies for lateness, Senator Kevin Boyce. He is in court.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the following documents in the Senate today. The Public Finance Management Order 2022, the Securities Christopher Calendar Exemption Order for 2022, and the Securities Yuli Juarez Exemption Order 2022.
Or parliamentary.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I'm commanded to give notice of the following bill, the Debt Conversion Counter Guarantee Bill 2022.
Motions. Standing order. Motions.
I also wish to move the suspension of Standing Order 45-2.
The question is that Standing Order 45-2 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction bills.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, no, I wish to give notice of the Debt Conversion Counter Guarantee Bill 2022.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the Debt Conversion Counter Guarantee Bill 2022. Mr. President, also on June 15th, we gave notice of the Pandemic Contribution Levy Bill. I beg to move the first reading of that bill as well.
The question is that the bills aforementioned be read the first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. Those bills, therefore, are read the first time.
Public business.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 2, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, which business has been assigned to Senator Dr. the Honorable Senator Dr. the Honorable Monroe Knight.
Senator Dr. Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. The matter before us this morning is the bill that would make provision for the introduction of a levy to be known as the Pandemic Contribution Levy 2022. Mr. President, I would want to suggest that there is no Barbadian, regardless of color, class, or constituency, because that is a demarcator in Barbados, that would argue that the COVID-19 pandemic did not present this country with extreme challenges. I also believe, Mr. President, that no right-thinking Barbadian would disagree that the pandemic and its impact was wider than the health sector. I believe, Mr. President, that we are all cognizant that the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact touch across all sectors and everyone in this society. It had socioeconomic impact, educational impact. It impacted employment levels, investment levels, Mr. President. In essence, the COVID-19 and its impact affected the national development project of this country. And in the context of that impact on the national development project, it means, Mr. President, that we have to and are in a process of rebuilding. But not rebuilding to the same state as we were before, but we speak now of building back better. And what does this mean, Mr. President? It means that the intent is to ensure that we have resilient institutions, that our economy is more resilient and sustainable, that we are able to ensure that the lessons that we've learned from the COVID-19 in terms of where our economy is weak, that we need to be able to address those. We are, Mr. President, on a national project to build back better. In the context of this national project to build back better, it means that we require all Barbadians to contribute to this effort, to contribute to this national project. It means, Mr. President, that it requires many actors, and that those actors that come to the table will come with different resources and different levels of capacities. But they do so, and we need them to do so, because there is a cause at hand in this national project. So that while we are all impacted at some level in this pandemic, the rebuilding effort requires that there will be some of us that will be required to hold a little bit more of the strain than others. It is the national effort. The COVID pandemic was unplanned, unforeseen, and therefore presents this country with a specific challenge that we have to be able to respond to. That we have to ensure that the development gains that we have made at this country are not destroyed. I want to remind this honorable chamber that even in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, this country was also faced with a freak storm, ashfall, Hurricane Elsa. And Mr. President, there are those that might say, well, we talk about this all the time. But it's important that we keep this front of mind in Barbadians, because it helps us to understand what we have faced, what we continue to face, and most importantly, also what is at stake, Mr. President. Barbados Human Development Index for 2019, as indicated in the 2020 report, puts Barbados at 0.814, which is amongst the very high human development category, on which we sit with only one other Caribbean country, Bahamas, positioning this country at 58 out of 189 countries and territories. The HDI effectively, Mr. President, measures life expectancy, schooling, and a country's gross national income. Mr. President, essentially, when we look at the Human Development Index, we're talking about health, schooling, and economic growth. The World Bank indicates that COVID-19 has seen the biggest crisis in education worldwide. The OECD report in 2020, looking at the prospects of economies to rebound from the pandemic, predicted that for Latin America and the Caribbean, that many of them will, for a long period of time, experience negative growth. That OECD report also suggested that for Latin America and the Caribbean, that there was a threat that we could go back to 2009 levels of economic growth. Mr. President, what is at stake for this country? And if we ask ourselves what is at stake for this country, then we must also ask, can we afford not to have those that can contribute more to be able to do so, Mr. President? What is at stake? In this special effort and in this particular circumstance, we must address a specific principle that should be applied. And the principle, Mr. President, I want to suggest that is perhaps in this context not applicable is that of equality, where we are all treated the same, or that we all have to contribute the same. But rather, the principle is a specific type of equity which recognizes that there is some differentiation to be made amongst unequals. Mr. President, let me explain. If someone was to come in this honorable chamber and put on the desk of every one of us a free bottle of water of the same type and the same number, we would all say that we have been treated equally, and that is fair. Yeah? Everybody got the same thing, same water, and that is fair. But, Mr. President, sometimes when we look to the principle of equality, we forget that there are structural inequalities that we need to be mindful of. So that process of inequality, of the attempt at ensuring that we have equality, perhaps did not recognize, Mr. President, that I have walked with my own bottle of water, which I am able to buy and bring along. It did not recognize that the leader of government business has a budget for a particular brand of water that she has to bring in from overseas because she has the capacity in order to be able to do so. I'm not talking the business of the leader of government business. Oh, look at business coming out. But it also doesn't recognize that the colleague on my right is perhaps twice as thirsty as we are, and therefore perhaps requires a greater share of the water. So that me not having water doesn't take anything from me, doesn't disadvantage me because I have some level of capacity. It doesn't take anything away from the leader of government business because she also has a level of capacity. So that we apply the principle of equity and we can still get to the same situation of equality because our thirsts are satisfied even though we have been treated differently, Mr. President. So that within this context, we have a situation in which the effort is not necessarily about treating everybody equally, but making sure that we recognize that those with a different level of capacity can contribute to this national effort that we have. Mr. President, what am I saying? Clause 3 of the bill before us indicates that the pandemic contribution levy is imposed for the purpose of helping the country to cope with the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore a financing mechanism that is targeted to help this country recover sustainably and responsibly to the unplanned impact of the pandemic. Mr. President, the burden for this COVID-19 and its impact must be shared. But I suggest again, it cannot be shared equally. And Mr. President, as I have spoken to the notion of burden sharing, let's look a bit at what that burden actually looks like. And in order to do so, Mr. President, I have to remind this chamber and Barbadians that when this government came into office, it was facing a debt to GDP ratio of 176%. This is where we started in 2018, Mr. President. This is where we started. And just in a matter of a couple of years, even less than 2 years, we were then faced with the impact of COVID-19. Mr. President, I make that point because we have to understand the national effort and cause that we need to be able to contribute to. Mr. President, as we've learned in the other place during the budget debate, COVID-19 cost this government over $1 billion. $1 billion. 390 million increase in welfare and health costs, and $600 million of lost revenue as tourism declined, investment contracted, and businesses closed across this country. So a government that was faced coming into office with efforts to try to stabilize this economy and apply fiscal prudence, was also then faced with another national effort that required a level of resources. Mr. President, I also want to recall that the national insurance scheme in Barbados was placed under tremendous pressure to the fact that the unemployment fund was depleted. In fact, the NIS reports in 2020, Mr. President, that it had to give claims in the amount of $155.5 million. $155.5 million, while in 2019, it was given $49.3 million, and in 2018, some $38.1 million. Moreover, Mr. President, the NIS reported that funds in the amount of $18.3 million were processed and paid to employees whose employers had not paid the requisite contributions. The national effort, Mr. President. Mr. President, did the government throw down arms and say we cannot cope? Did the government go silent and withdraw from the population and say fend for yourself? No such thing, Mr. President, because this government is a responsible government. The government was forced to respond to the situation that the country was facing, Mr. President. It meant that we had to find the money immediately to address the situation that was multifaceted. And while other countries bigger than ours descended almost into chaos, and we saw the images, Mr. President, mass graves, people having to sleep and ask for care on hospital floors. We saw all of that, but we did not see it here in Barbados, Mr. President. It was responsible governance. It was a government who understood that it needed to be able to respond to the needs of its population, and furthermore understood the national project that was had. Mr. President, I hope that we can recall that this government also introduced the business interruption benefit to help self-employed persons who during the lockdowns, of course, could not operate and therefore would not have any income coming in. Mr. President, over 1,481 self-employed persons were able to benefit from this fund, valued at $3,000, in an effort, again, to mitigate the impact. So that there are those that would suggest that the government is not doing enough, Mr. President, that we need to do more. But I suggest that the record would indicate that the government, again, is a responsible and clear and caring government. And that was not all, Mr. President. The government also introduced the NAS deferral for employers who were retaining more than 3/4 or 2/3 of their employees for 3 months in the first instance, and then if they needed to, that they could have an extension for another 3 months. Laid off workers, Mr. President, received benefits for 6 months, and those that were on short weeks received 60% of the days that they were not working. The government put its hand to the task of the national effort, Mr. President. Mr. President, further, the government sought to directly assist the most vulnerable within our societies, because in the context of scarce resources, the government had to ensure, in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and remember, Mr. President, we're talking here about Clause 3 and the reason for this pandemic levy, that those that were most vulnerable and at risk in our society could be taken care of. The government of Barbados introduced the Barbados Vulnerable Family Survival Program, injecting at the onset $10 million into that program. And as part of that, under the Household Mitigation Program, targeted 1,500 families to receive a grant of $600 monthly so that they would be able to support themselves and their families. Under that Household Mitigation Program unit, we saw persons, families with more than 4, and particularly families of children under the age of 21, persons who would have lost their jobs due to public sector layoffs, people that were identified in a non-partisan way in communities who were adjudged to be the most vulnerable, benefiting from a caring government. The government put its hand to this national effort. The government directly engaged, Mr. President, workers to shore up employment in several areas. Community elderly care, if you remember that program, school COVID monitors, ash cleanup workers, community health liaison officers. The government did not stop working, Mr. President. it did not stop its efforts to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society were taken care of. So again, Mr. President, I think that those who would want to suggest to this population that government has not and is not doing enough for the most vulnerable, perhaps deliberately do not want to see the government record of its efforts to ensure that the most vulnerable are empowered, even in the context of constrained resources, Mr. President. I want to reiterate that as far as I am aware, the government does not have a gold mine. I am not aware that the government has a pot somewhere from which then it can, whenever that there is a crisis, put its hand in that pot, Mr. President, and pull out the resources and say, voila. I'm not aware, Mr. President, there's some fairy that's walking about and saying, here, whoosh, whoosh, this is what you need. I'm not aware, Mr. President, that there is a benevolent benefactor that is out there saying, here, government, and perhaps even if there was, we would not want to engage because that's another kettle of fish. But what I'm saying, Mr. President, is that the government had to strategically be able to look for the necessary finances to address these concerns that, again, were on plan and not of its making. And even now, Mr. President, as we encounter this particular stage of the world economy, fuel crisis, supply crisis, food crisis, not of the government's making, but the government is strategically attempting to balance so that it ensures that it can not only maintain but expand social service delivery, help the most underprivileged within our society, but also as well do so in a fiscally responsible way, Mr. President. And I think, Mr. President, that I cannot underscore that point enough. The government has moved to borrow through various instruments, and sometimes, Mr. President, spend money when we didn't know in some instances where we would get the financing from. But I want to ask Barbadians, look at where we are now. We complain and we are complaining about the level of debt and borrowing. But the government has not borrowed willy-nilly. The government has not borrowed, Mr. President, to put money into projects that will not lead to investment and outcomes for this country. I have indicated in my presentation thus far that the government's borrowing has shored up the social services and provided protection for the most vulnerable in this society. Government investment, government borrowing has fueled investment in capital projects, Mr. President, in order that this country can rebound. Clause 4 of the bill before us, Mr. President, indicates that the pandemic contribution levy applies essentially to companies or firms operating in Barbados, specifically, Mr. President, in the areas of telecommunications, life and general insurance, commercial banking, excluding credit unions, and companies engaged in the retail sale of fuel that have a net income of $5 million, a net income of $5 million or more for the financial years of either 2020, 2021, or both. Essentially, Mr. President, the levy is applied on corporate profits of companies. Mr. President, I want to say that, yes, those companies, like all of Barbados, went through the pandemic. Mr. President, those companies would have had to make some adjustments. Those companies too would have felt the impact of the pandemic on their businesses. But what the record also shows, Mr. President, is that those companies were able to rebound. They were able to rebound, Mr. President, in a way that saw them, in many instances, increasing their net profits from 2019 levels, while corporate taxes fell by 33%. Mr. President, the principle of equity. It means, Mr. President, that those companies can afford, perhaps, to give up their bottles of water to benefit others in this society who need assistance. It means, Mr. President, that we are asking these companies that we have not selected willy-nilly. We didn't do 1, 2, 3 and pull out from the hat. But the government undertook a strategic analysis, that showed us that for these sectors and for these companies, that they could help share the burden of this cost of the pandemic. And through this levy, Mr. President, the intent is that the government will be able to raise $100 million, or 10% of government COVID cost. The levy will become due as of July 2022 and payable to the Barbados Revenue Authority in 8 installments, and will only be in place up to March 31st, 2023. It's a one-off levy, Mr. President. It's a one-off levy. And we're asking these companies to contribute 15% of their net income to the national effort. Mr. President, I am not going to stand here and say to you that this levy will not perhaps cause some level of displacement for companies. But I will stand here and say to you that we are all in an uncomfortable position. I will stand here and say to you, Mr. President, that we are all called on in this moment to share this burden. I will stand here before you, Mr. President, and say that in the context of the fact that you have some ability to be able to achieve those profits in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, that there's some ability for you to be able to continue to contribute. And therefore, Mr. President, this pandemic levy, as it is applied to the companies identified, is intended to help the government close responsibly its financing gap. You know, one of the contradictions, Mr. President, that is interesting in the context of this debate is that on the one hand, we are criticized for borrowing too much. At the same time, how do we balance the need or our responsibility as a government to continue to be able to responsibly address the needs of our society, continue to provide education, continue to provide health care, without having some facility in order to be able to raise resources domestically? There's a balance, Mr. President, that needs to be had. And the government, through this pandemic contribution levy, is seeking to make sure that we have that balance in terms of how we address this gap, how we address this project, how we address this challenge, Mr. President, that we are facing. Clause 4 also indicates that the pandemic contribution levy is applied to income. It indicates that it's applied to the employed, those who have an income, a monthly income of $6,250 or more for the period April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. And similarly, to the self-employed, those who have an income of $75,000 or more for the same period, April 1st, 2022 to 31st of March, 2023. And these two categories will contribute 1% of their monthly income to this national effort. Mr. President, if my math is correct, so if I look at that figure, 6,250, and the mathematicians in here, please correct me, because it's not one of my strong points. But my basic arithmetic suggests to me that monthly, that is approximately $62.50. Yeah, $62.50. Now, Mr. President, I don't want to at all or in any way belittle how much that $62.50, and we can go down as we extrapolate, will mean for people's budgets. But I also want to indicate, Mr. President, that certainly, being the good mother and wife that I am, I took my husband out to Father's Day lunch, along with my one child. Mr. President, the bill for lunch, for that one moment, one man, one woman, and one child, Mr. President, was equal to almost a week of my mortgage payment in that one single moment of food. In that one single moment of food, Mr. President. That ain't fancy. That ain't fancy at all. That ain't fancy at all. Yeah? But what I am demonstrating is that it requires from us a level of sacrifice, Mr. President. So of course I had to say to the family, no, we ain't gonna do that again. Of course, I have to be able to say to the family, in the context of rising food costs, that we have to be able to cut back. So if we got 2 cars, we can try to make sure that we line up what everybody got to do so that we could take 1 car, make 1 journey, and save on the gas. It's a sacrifice, Mr. President, that we are called on to make in this moment. And I know that there are those amongst us that would say, Mr. President, that the burden of this falls on the middle class, that the government is essentially trying to unravel the middle class with this measure, and that the middle class has continually had to bear the burden, of lifting this country up whenever we face a challenge. Mr. President, I stand with my hands in the air and I say, it's true. We've had to do that. The middle class has had to do that. But that is the middle class globally, Mr. President. Mr. President, I say that this is a situation, unfortunately, that we find ourselves in. And I reiterate that it requires a level of sacrifice that Barbadians, middle-class Barbadians, because of the standard of living that we have, free education, free health care. Mr. President, I've traveled all over, and people marvel at what Barbados is able to deliver to its population, because we have been able to maintain a standard of living. And it comes, Mr. President, at a particular sacrifice. And we're therefore asking the middle class, in the context of this moment that we are in, to shoulder some burden, 1% for 12 months, Mr. President. 1% for 12 months to help this country confront the challenge and ensure that we can find ourselves on a path to recovery that is sustainable and fiscally responsible. Mr. President, I want to say again that those of us who find ourselves amongst that category of middle class who can contribute, that we have to see ourselves as being our brother's keeper, that we have to see ourselves in the context of this situation where we have poverty in this country at 19%, that we have to see ourselves as being on the front line for those who at this time can do no better. Mr. President, we have to see ourselves in a moment facing a cause that we have to pick up arms and help this country fight. And again, I say to you, Mr. President, of course it is going to be uncomfortable. No one likes to pay more taxes. No one likes to see money coming out of their pockets. But again, I want to ask, are we here, Mr. President, because of fiscal mismanagement of this government? Are we here, Mr. President, because of some malfeasance? No. We are here with a government who has proven itself capable to the extent that the way that this government has managed its finances, has managed the economy, has managed the society through the COVID pandemic, has been held up as a model internationally. Mr. President. So that even though it is uncomfortable, even though the shoe is pinching a bit, Mr. President, we are confident that if Barbadians, the companies, and the individuals to which this pandemic contribution levy applies, stay the course with us, that we will be able to move this country, as I said before, forward in terms of addressing this challenge. Mr. President, we note that the IMF staff mission indicated some concerns relative to the imposition of the levy and its impact on the investment climate. And the IMF concerns are noted, and we respect the views of the IMF. We believe that the application of the levy in the current climate offers a fiscally responsible vehicle to raise the necessary financing. At the same time that we note the IMF's concern in respect of that, we also note that the IMF has indicated that our homegrown birth program has been successful. So while they critique, and it's fair to do so, they've also said what you are doing makes good sense and you are making progress in the context of all of the measures of the BERT program, Mr. President, such that they have indicated in their last report that Barbados then will be able to have its available drawdown. Mr. President, I also want to, very briefly, again, address this matter because I know that as soon as I say the words IMF, there's going to be some level of outcry and angst within the country, as there is now. Concern over the level of government borrowing, concern over the extent to which we are getting money from different sources. Mr. President, a country has to be able to manage its budget, just like we all have to in the context of our various households. We make strategic choices in terms of, at the individual level, the debt that we would incur. Mr. President, I'm going to use myself as an example. Like the traditional Barbadian, every Christmas, and listen, I'm a husband, I can talk in business now, it's very famous for it. Everything in the house is working perfectly until Christmas. My husband always finds something that needs replacing or upgrading in the house. There is a strategic decision that has to be made about whether or not, at the individual level, we will take up available resources that we have in hand to purchase that item, or whether or not we would enter into a credit arrangement with a lender, Mr. President. And we say to ourselves that if we take up the available resources that we have in hand, it will mean that some of the other things that we need to take care of, we might not be able to have provision for. So if I buy the new fridge at $5,000 or $6,000, because we may have available cash so I can take up the salary and we can buy this big fridge, it means then that I have to ask myself, how am I going to pay for all of the other things? Government is the same way, Mr. President. Government is the same way. We have to make strategic decisions about how we will spend the resources that are available to us. And one of those strategic decisions has to be about how we will manage our debt responsibly. And the government, in the context of working with the IMF, is doing so, one, under a homegrown, and I say it again, BERT program. That is our program, Mr. President. We are not implementing the IMF's program. The IMF ain't having no control. This is our BERT program, Mr. President. This is our BERT program. And the money that we are getting from the IMF, we're doing so at concessional rates, Mr. President. Concessional rates, Mr. President. So that again, at the individual level, when I am making a decision about whether or not I will enter into a hire purchase agreement with some creditor, I decide who's going to get the best interest rates. I can shop around. I go into, well, I can't remember, the Courts and Massey and Standard, and I can look and see who will give me the best terms. And I make the decision on the basis of who will give me the best terms and the extent that I can repay based on the income I know that I will have coming in. And so that the government, in the context of its engagement with the IMF, is making a strategic decision about how it will manage its debt by ensuring that the financing that it receives is concessional and that it will have ongoing income in order to be able to pay back that debt. I want to indicate as well, Mr. President, that the government is taking a holistic frame to this issue. There are some that would say what we need to do is to give money through direct cash transfers, programs to the poor and the powerless. And that is the most effective means by which to address the issue. Mr. President, I want to suggest that we have learned some lessons. And those lessons have said to us that we have to have a more robust and a whole-of-country approach if we want to address the fiscal challenges facing this country, and as well help to address the socio-economic challenges facing. So the government, in the context of its engagement with the IMF, in the context of asking people to bear the burden through the pandemic contribution levy, is also as well seeking to stimulate growth within the economy. The government has embarked, Mr. President, on a program to expand opportunities for exports into new markets for this country. Some of us would have seen that the government just opened a new mission in Nairobi, Kenya. And people, again, were asking, why are we spending money there? Why are we talking about all this engagement with Africa? And I want to suggest that even outside of the historical and cultural ties, that strategically, this engagement is about opening export markets. In April of 2022 of this year, we had the first shipment of exports to Ghana, some $20,000 worth of exports, as a first foothold into that market and open it up, Mr. President. I want this chamber to also remember that the government is intending to embark on a wide capital works program intended as well to revitalize Bridgetown. I want, Mr. President, to recall that the government is placing emphasis on agricultural sector production. This is not, Mr. President, haphazard. This is not haphazard policy making that has happened here. What we are doing is creating a sustainable framework and ecosystem, Mr. President, because we recognize that in order to address these systemic challenges, we need a multifaceted approach which helps to stimulate economic growth so that even those companies and individuals in the middle class who are going to be impacted can have greater opportunities, again, within the context of an economy that is working and growing, Mr. President. And so that the government's project and vision for this national development project that we are asking everyone to put their hands to, is, as I said before, multifaceted and multi-pronged. I also want to say, Mr. President, that we ought to be very careful about looking for very immediate short-term gains. The lessons that we have learned when we talk about building resilience is that resilience building requires a very strategic and concerted approach. That means sometimes that change takes place over the longer term. And therefore, even as the government seeks to strengthen its delivery of social services through a complete revamp of the social services sector, so that we can strengthen the robustness of our response and delivery. Again, Mr. President, I hope that I am painting that picture for you, is that we cannot see the imposition of this pandemic contribution levy through just one lens, but that we all ought to understand one context that we have. We are facing an unfriendly economic environment. Mr. President, there's nobody out there who is just waiting to just give us free money and finances. But the government has to be able to exercise the necessary fiscal prudence in order to be able to raise the finances that are necessary, that we can maintain, Mr. President, that Human Development Index that I talked about before, that we can ensure that we keep our eyes on what is at stake. Mr. President, as I close, I want to recognize again that this period that we are all in is uncomfortable for all of us. The cost of living continues to rise. There are supply side constraints, and every day there is a new challenge on the horizon. But amidst this uncertainty, Mr. President, the glue that will hold this country together lies in the willingness of all of us that are able to sacrifice and be our brothers and sisters' keeper. It is interesting, Mr. President, that the way forward lies in just a simple value of being your brother's keeper. This pandemic contribution levy, Mr. President, yes, it ring-fences companies, yes, it ring-fences the middle class. But as we hold strain together and tighten our belts, I want to suggest, Mr. President, that that in that moment, as we do this, we might very well arrive at the best version of the Barbadian spirit that is exemplified by our resilience and willingness to sacrifice. I'm obliged to you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I do now beg that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Dr. Moroni. Senator Dr. Hines.
Good morning, Mr. President and all. I would like to start by saying that I agree that we all should contribute to paying for the very expensive COVID-19 pandemic and all that it has brought to this country and really to the world. I also believe in equity and that this is an important principle. But I also believe in fairness. And there is an element of this levy that I do not believe is fair. And because of this unfairness that is included in this levy, I do not support it. Now, there is a part that I support. I fully support those who are employed and who earn at the level of $6,250 and above, as well as employers reaching the threshold laid out in the bill, paying from this year going forward, albeit that this begins in April 2022 and April is gone. So we are bringing into law something that I assume has already begun. And the expectation is that on the 15th of the month after individuals earn at this level, that this should be collected by employers. So this has already begun. We are in the process, I suppose, of making legal something that has already started. And one of the things that I think that people should have is the ability to, if they desire, look at legislation that affects them before it begins to affect them and not after. So this is a somewhat, and let me be fair, it is not as if this has been snuck in and no one knew about it. We were informed. However, to have the clarity of the written legislation beforehand would have been quite helpful to those who are affected by it. Be that as it may, I want to focus on the main part that I disagree with, and I disagree for slightly different reasons than the IMF, and this is this issue of retroactive taxation. So yes, it is true, no one can deny, or let me not say so, some people can deny, but it is quite unlikely that people would take issue with the types of companies being identified, that have been identified to pay at the level of 15%. Those with net incomes of 5 million or above, and in the specific sectors. This is relatively fair to me. What is unfair is that you're going back in time to do this, 2020 and 2021. I do not believe that this is fair. And it is not that I am saying that these companies are, poor entities that now are going to have to look to scramble to find the resources. I don't think it is fair to go in the past when people have reasonable expectations as to what is to happen, and we do not know how they have planned their affairs because we're going 2 years back in the past, 2020 and 2021. So I am not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be one. I don't really want to be one either. And I just put that out here. But I have been reading some of what the legal scholars have had to say on this matter of retroactive taxation. And there's quite a bit written on it. And most of what I could find has not been in favor of retroactive taxation. I found Lon Fuller, a legal scholar. He wrote The Morality of Law in 1977, and he actually called retroactive legislation a monstrosity. And this individual goes on to note that persons should have legitimate expectations, and that is what the law should provide, legitimate expectations. They should know the law in advance. There are several others since then who have written on the topic, not necessarily on the morality of law, but on retroactive taxation. I noted a few of them, some in favor, some that present both sides. For instance, Saul Levmore, A Case for Retroactive Taxation, lays out why he believes that retroactive taxation is sensible. And he notes that it is sensible because it allows for efficiency, because entities are not able to avoid taxation. So when you know in advance, especially powerful entities, wealthy persons, what the tax regime is looking like, you can do some tax planning to try and avoid, as far as possible, taxation. Whilst when we do this in the past, retroactively, most persons who would not anticipate this taxation, they basically get their pockets picked in. Their money is there, it has already been earned, and there's no way you can avoid it, because we have already highlighted that you've earned at a particular amount, and we're going to go back in time, not the Fed, but we're going to go 2 years back, in this case, to take this money for a very good cause. No one is saying that the cause is a bad one. So let me just say some of what I've written here. Retroactive taxation decreases efforts to alter behaviors of those who can be taxed so that they can avoid taxes. If it is a one-time tax, it can be efficient because it's based on what is known, that's in the past, versus what is unsure. Even if a company made $5 million last year, there's no guarantee that it will make $5 million this year. So you're taxing on something that is certain, what has already occurred. So this is efficient. Most will be caught by surprise, and as I said, cannot make these adjustments to their behavior. And there can be welfare gains if this is a one-off. And I believe that is what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a one-off. And the benefits, in terms of the financial benefits, outweigh the costs. So that these funds will be used in the way that has been set out by whatever legislation. However, governments must still convince investors that this is a one-off, because people do not want to think that they're going to come and invest someplace, make some money, and then the government can go back in time whenever there is an emergency, a hurricane that could come every year, we know, climate change, a freak storm or something. So investors may get a little bit skittish if they believe that they're moving into a place or operating in a place that will go back in time and tax their earnings whenever there is a crisis or an emergency. And this is a significant risk of this. And it is one of the risks that IMF has pointed out, although for a slightly different reason. Now, if we look at the cons, and I have found some of these in Retroactive Taxation by Ronald Domsky. Some of the risks, the drawbacks, and as I mentioned, basic fairness. This is changing the rules of the game after you finish playing the game. So you go and you play football, and you know that there are certain rules in place. You score a goal, you score 5 goals. And then the day after the game, after the match, someone comes back and says, oh, we are not allowing persons who are shorter than 5'5" to score goals, because they have an advantage because of the distribution of the weight and the center of gravity and that kind of thing. So the 2 people that scored those goals are going to be taken away. And now the result is different. So this is just a simplistic kind of analogy, but this is one of the things that they point out in the literature. They use this example of the game, and that even children know it is not fair to change the rules of the game after you finish playing the game. So even though this team that won 5-0 still wins 3-0, it is not fair. It is not fair. And we have to consider fairness in what we do as legislators. It introduces a level of uncertainty versus predictability. And it also opens us up to this feeling of arbitrariness. So we know that the cause here is a good cause. But as I mentioned previously, there may be many causes that can be framed as good and worthy so that the government has the ability to arbitrarily go back in time and garner some of what persons, corporations, whatever entities have earned. And this can lead to abuse. And I am not saying that this power is being abused now, but doing it sets up a precedent, if you will. And I'm not using this in the legal sense because, as I said, I'm not a lawyer. But it makes it seem as if this is a place where we can and we will use arbitrary measures as needed when there is a problem. And I do not think that this is right. So while I do think that there should be different levels at which entities pay based on their earnings, based on their ability to pay, I think that this should begin in the present and go forward. It can begin in the present and go forward for a limited time period still, sure, in order to obtain the same objective. The objective is what? $100 million? We can achieve that $100 million without going into the past and doing something that is not fair. And it is not because I, as I said previously, feel for these entities that have been doing quite well and that have done well in the pandemic. That they have done well in the pandemic, I don't even believe is something that we should be punishing them for. Because we are operating in an environment where businesses are encouraged to make money. This is a capitalist place that we are living in, even though we have, certain welfare provisions and so on. Entrepreneurs are supposed to make money, businesses are supposed to make money. They're not supposed to be punished for doing so. And I understand this is not a punishment per se, but it certainly feels that way when you go back in time and do it. So my proposition here is that this would be much better if it started in 2022 and went forward rather than went into the past. It is not fair. I don't think it is, as I said, I'm not a lawyer, but according to some of the things that I've read from certain legal scholars, and I try to read a lot, as I said, I'm not an expert, many of them do not think that this is a fair approach, although it is an efficient one. And I think we do have to consider fairness in our dealings. And on this basis, Mr. President, I do not support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Andrew Boyce.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I stand in support of the pandemic contribution levy out of an appreciation, as indicated by Senator Monroe Knight, that the bill seeks to ensure the appropriate financing of Barbados' recovery program. And to get a little more granular, Mr. President, the levy seeks to ensure the financing of the country's social program. And thus, it forms part of a long, storied, and fairly successful history of ensuring that this country takes care of individuals who cannot efficiently or sufficiently care for themselves. And so it is on that basis that I think there is no legitimate reason for me not to support the bill. One now deceased former regional leader, Mr. President, is often quoted as having said that it takes cash to care. But perhaps more to the point, it takes a collective approach to us putting our hands to the plow to ensure that we can continue to service and improve, particularly Barbados's social initiatives at a time when Barbadians need them most. Make no mistake, Mr. President, I and this administration recognize the challenges associated with the current socio-economic moment, rather. Right, a moment, Mr. President, defined by rising food and commodity prices, and some projection of harsher times down the road. But even in that context, Mr. President, we ought not to be confused or blinded by the sacrifice we're being asked to make. Because as Senator Monroe Knight indicated, the stability of the national project depends on all of our contributions, irrespective of the difficulty of this moment. It also must be noted, Mr. President, that the administration has been judicious in the use of that which it has been given so far and has achieved much in the context of challenging times. In the midst of a BERT program, I think we often forget that the government provided assistance through a household mitigation program, an adopt-a-families program, the provision of care packages, all while the Welfare Department, the National Assistance Board, the National Disabilities Unit, the Child Care Board provided services and assistance for which those institutions are well known. And so, the track record of this government, even in the context of these difficult times, is clear, is certain, and it is in that context that this government has the credibility to ask ordinary Barbadians to contribute to the collective effort. And so, Mr. President, it amazes me, it is in that context that I am often amazed that when I hear comments about the administration shirking its responsibility of governance and that it needs to stop whining and get on with governing. Mr. President, if laying bare the realities of governance when governance is at its most challenging, if taking Barbadians into our confidence, if saying to them these are the realities and these are the limited resources, if mechanizing greater degrees of democracy through conversation, if putting them at the center of the national project offends anyone, and particularly if Mr. President offends anyone who aspired to be a member of these houses, I am almost inclined to say that the innate wisdom of the Barbadian elector has served us well. Mr. President, the speaker before me, the Honorable Dr. Hines, in her presentation, made reference to retroactive taxation. She made reference to arbitrariness and punishment. And I want to say to the Barbadians who have been asked to sacrifice and to contribute to the national project that this is not punishment, that this is not arbitrary. And that when we define arbitrariness, certainly in a legal context, the Honorable Senator Nichols can bear this out. We talk about a lack of certainty. We talk about a lack of criterion. And the bill before us makes it very clear the individuals who are to pay, the basis on which they are to pay. And Mr. President, we have heard in this morning's contributions, certainly from Senator Monroe Knight, the collective effort to which all of them are being asked to contribute. Mr. President, but I want to spend some time and drill down on the provision of social services, because we cannot have this conversation in the abstract. It is something of a regret. It is regrettable that in this country, this administration and previous administrations have grappled with and only had, some may say, marginal success with wrestling the issues of the poor to the ground. And it is in that context that the minister with substantive responsibility for the government's social policy has conceived of an amalgamation of the social services entities to create a family services department aimed at ensuring greater care and efficiency in the response to Barbadians who need it most. And Mr. President, when I hear the minister speak about reforms that will prevent individuals from standing in lines to receive disbursements, when I hear him speak of the innovative systems that will prevent abuses of the system, when I hear him, Mr. President, speak about bringing the country into the modern day with a suite of legislation to protect children, to protect the elderly, and to protect persons with disabilities, I say, the investment is worth it. Sir, in addition to the amalgamation of the social services and the creation of the family services department, the government has crafted a 1,000+ families program aimed at ensuring that vulnerable Barbadians and their families benefit from the provision of social services. Mr. President, but this is no ordinary provision of social services. They are planks to the provision of services that include housing, that include education, that include basic identity and parenting and parenting classes. That is to say, Mr. President, that this administration has taken a structural approach to the issues that bedevil the less fortunate that may bedevil the less fortunate in this country. That this goes beyond the provision of income, it goes beyond the provision of financial assistance, Mr. President. It says that we are making a way to improve the structural realities for Barbadians who are less fortunate. I want to also commend the minister for taking a bipartisan approach, if you will. He indicated that in the recent past, he has met with ministers with responsibility for the provision of social services across administrations and has listened to them and taken on board their recommendations. Mr. President, the weight of this challenge requires all of us. And I think that approach taken by the minister and by the government is in recognition that we do not do this alone. We must do this in concert and with the contribution of Barbadians of goodwill. And so the weight of the challenge makes it so that we do not have the luxury on this side of putting together a hodgepodge set of policies, that there must be crafting and contemplation if we intend for them to benefit the average Barbadian. Because there is work to be done and there are lives to be improved, Mr. President. That is what this administration is attempting to do as it seeks to finance its program, Building Back Better, and better servicing Barbadians and communities who need the assistance most. Mr. President, even as I give commendation to the government for its social program, I must implore the administration that as we ask Barbadians to give a little in the interest of the greater good, that we have a responsibility I am sure we will make good on, to ensure that social protection programs are, that they center human rights and that they center personal autonomy. And when I hear the minister speak, I, for the first time in this country's in the history of this country's social development program, we are hearing clear indicators that human rights, that the autonomy of the person, that personal dignity are fundamental pillars of that which we seek to create. And so I want to congratulate them for that. At a practical level, and in specific relation to persons with disabilities, I would wish that the provision of social services similarly considers the autonomy and the capacity of persons with disabilities and their dignity, and that in the context of attempting to animate the internal policies of the social program, that we are guided by the principles of human rights. As I close, Mr. President, through you, I would wish to say thank you to the Barbadians that contributed to the social spending and program. Some 771 individuals who are the personification of the collective effort. Mr. President, if you would allow me, I wish to borrow the words of the late Prime Minister, the Honorable Owen Arthur, words he delivered of himself in this place at the end of his first budget speech. He said, we cannot resign from the challenge. We are mandated to face it. Our proud tradition of industry and thrift says that we can do it. Our future demands that we do it. Our people expect us to do it. And we will do it because it is our will to aspire, and so to achieve. Mr. President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Andre Lee Boyce. Senator Mr. Miller. Okay, defer. Senator Crystal Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I've listened to the debate so far, and many things have been proposed. And there are a few things I want to also add to this Honourable Chamber's debate about this Pandemic Contribution Levy Bill 2022. Sir, when this bill was first introduced in the budgetary speech of March this year, we were right on the heels of the war in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia commencing. And we understood that there were going to be inflationary pressures, but we were still uncertain of the level and the range by which those levels of inflation were going to reach. So at the time, Barbadians were paying $4.13 per litre. Now Barbadians are paying $4.41, and I'm sure that that price will increase. Food prices, Mr. President, for some have increased to the point where we have persons who are choosing what to pick up and what to put back in their baskets. So, in essence, Mr. President, as much as we've gone through the pandemic, we've borrowed money to do so, to sustain and keep the country afloat. There is now an elephant in the room in relation to the cost of living that will supersede all other ills in society. And sir, at the time when we were discussing what is formerly known as the appropriations bill, but is known as the estimates, I suggested at the time, and I still stand by this position, that the government, rather than directly taking from people's income the cash flow by which they have to survive on, they target this levy on assets, things like long-term fixed deposits, etc. Because if you are able to still sustain that type of investment or asset in an environment such as this, that means you are more likely to be able to share the burden, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, as outlined in the bill, it says that income includes emoluments, income from a business, office, employment, rents, dividends, supplement wages, interest, and directors' remuneration or fees, but does not include pensions, and I will commend the government for that, benefits in any kind, or interest on any government or Barbados bonds, or foreign source of dividends. So clearly, Mr. President, there's a level of asset class that the government has sought to exclude from this levy. And I don't understand the rationale why that was done. And if we could have some explanation as to why certain forms of assets or interest from assets were excluded, but we're asking the middle class, as although it may be $62.50, Mr. President, some of those interest payments from foreign dividends could be in the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. But sir, even if you want to target as an administration, which the government has done, the threshold of $6,250, yes, Mr. President, it hits at the heart of the middle class. And by all means, Mr. President, those are the ones, yes, that we know are holding strain. I believe, Mr. President, that there are many people, and we're underestimating, I don't have the data, but this is just from observation, I believe, sir, that many persons in this country who are deemed to be middle class are cash poor and debt-ridden. They're living, sir, off of personal loans, credit cards. They still have their mortgages to pay. They still have their car notes to pay. Many of them, if they miss one or two of their paychecks, will be in financial ruin, and they will fall through the cracks. So, my suggestion to the government, even if you want to place a levy on persons' income in terms of their cash flow, the honorable member who led the debate for this bill, noted there was a strategic analysis that was done. But I was waiting to hear how the government arrived at a threshold of $6,250. Sir, would it have been more appropriate to target persons who make or earn $10,000 per month, $120,000 per year? That is a significantly different income bracket than the person making $6,250. And sir, this is based on the premise that Barbados, like most other societies, the top earners own a large share of the income of a country. Sir, there's a research paper titled "A Community Divided: Top Incomes in CARICOM Member States." As of 2015, Mr. President, the average household income of the richest 10% in Barbados was 3 times that of the general population. When we look at it from the top 1% earners, it is even more glaring in terms of the disparity. The average household income of Barbados' richest 1% had 10 times the income of that of an average household. The richest 1%, Mr. President, had 10 times the income of the average household. And that is why I asked, how did the government arrive at the threshold of $6,250? Because if you look at the earners in that area, they are median income earners, Mr. President. And what is strange is that the government is targeting the top earners in the business community, but not the top earners individually in terms of income earners. And Mr. President, what I'm trying to rationalize is government trying to earn revenues from top earners, but yet at the same time trying to cast such a wide net that they're roping in individuals in the middle class that may not necessarily need to be there. Because if you place a levy on the top earners at a higher rate, if you're looking for $100 million, and I'll ask a question about that later on, can you not have an arrangement by which the levy only focuses on the top 10% earners, the top 5% earners, the top 1% earners, and leave the middle class? That could be a policy decision. That could be a policy position. So, sir, although we're saying there needs to be equity in the system, in an environment where goods and services are increasingly escaping the reach of the average individual, we have to really look at how we design policy. And as I said, I understand the levy, the pandemic contribution levy in principle, but I think, Mr. President, design still has some flaws. Sir, I want to go directly into the bill. Part 2 in particular, because I have some concerns as it relates to certain areas of the bill. Sir, Part 2 deals with the application of levies to employed and self-employed individuals. Sir, the imposition of the levy on employed individuals and self-employed individuals, particularly at Clause 6, states, with effect from the 1st of April 2022, a levy is payable, Part A states, an individual employed in Barbados who has an income of $6,250 or more per month for the period 1st of April 2022 to the 31st of March 2023. But sir, Part B is where it gets very interesting to me. Part B says, an individual employed in Barbados who does not ordinarily have an income of $6,250 or more per month, or $75,000 or more per month, but in any month has income of $6,250 or more for the period the 1st of April 2022 to the 31st of March 2023, has an income of $75,000 or more, which in any instance arises because of supplemental wages or otherwise. And Mr. President, based on how this is drafted, I ask a fundamental question here to the administration. Are you targeting persons who are making $75,000 per year? Or are you targeting anyone who is making over $6,250 in any given month? And that person is now applicable to pay this levy. Because what you are essentially going to do is ring-fence a lot of individuals who are self-employed, contractual workers. For instance, if you are a contractor and you get one job for the year, and you earn $25,000 from that, and you are paid in the month of, let's say, July. And that is the only work that you do until March of 2023. That person is working for less than $75,000 per month. But based on what this legislation states, they are included to pay this levy. I could be wrong, Mr. President. I am not a legal mind, but I would like an explanation and some clarity in that respect. What is even more interesting, Mr. President, about that clause is if you have an individual who's working for $4,500 a month, they're running their household, they have one spouse who is unemployed, 2 children in the house, having the responsibility of paying all the bills, and you tell yourself, well, I'm going to take on a side job or something to that effect, where it pushes you over that $6,250 a month, those persons are also included to pay this levy. So again, the question has to be asked, if the government is trying to receive monies from persons earning over a certain amount, the question has to be asked, Mr. President, why is it that the government has gone to painstaking length to include, particularly in this part of Clause 6, Part B, persons who earn in any given month has an income of $6,250 or more? Because what you're essentially going to do, a lot of people just will not pay this levy. And what will happen is people will avoid paying the levy rather than, if you had just said, persons who $75,000 per year, where there's clarity in where the burden and who is supposed to be paying the levy goes. Because the man that earns $55,000 in a year, because he's done some side work and his base income is $2,500 a month, why should he pay this levy? Why should he pay this levy? He is actively going out there working, trying to make ends meet. He's still not reaching that threshold of $75,000 a year. He's making just less than that. But you're saying in any given month, if his income goes above and beyond this $6,250, he's now included to pay this levy. Mr. President, I stand corrected. As I said, I'm not a legal luminary. I'm not a lawyer. I'm asking a question. If that is the intent of what is outlined in Clause 6, Part B. And Mr. President, I'd go even further, because if government has done, as is stated, a strategic analysis, that in and of itself is unfair and unnecessary. And I'll tell you why. By including those individuals, how much of a proportion of the revenues that you are seeking to get from this levy do those persons make up? Is the larger proportion of the revenues, Mr. President, from this pandemic levy, is it going to come from companies who are making the $5 million? Or is it coming from individuals making between, let's say, $6,250 and, let's say, $9,000? Which is the greater proportion? If the greater proportion, let's say, over and above 70% of the $100 million that Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight, the honorable member, stated, if a larger proportion of that money is coming from companies, then why is the government trying to bring people into this net unnecessarily? Because it does come across as punitive. It does come across as if, by any means necessary, the government is trying to take monies out of your income. And that's just the reality. Mr. President, what is also interesting is when you look through the estimates of revenue and expenditure for this year, I noted it when I was going through, when we went through the estimates debates. This levy is supposed to bring in revenues of $100 million. But based on the estimates of revenue and expenditure, there's an increase of $217 million from income and profits from last year in comparison to this year. And I asked the question, given the environment that we are in, if the levy is supposed to bring in $100 million, the previous year you only brought in about $200 odd million. Where is the other $100 million going to come from? Based on the government's estimates for revenue. Mr. President, and let us also be very, very clear. As much as we want to say to persons, hold strain, pay their share, be your brother's keeper, and people will say $62.50 on $6,000, $6,250. In comparison, it's not a lot. But that's that person's gross salary. That is gross. That individual does not get that money in their hand. That person still has to pay 12.5% personal tax, PAYE. That person still has to pay 11% in NIS. The person may have medical insurance that comes directly out of their salary, the mortgage payment, the car payment. There are persons, Mr. President, the pension plan, Mr. President. There are persons in this country that work for $7,000, $8,000, Mr. President. And some of them, when they get the money in their hand, get less money than people who work for minimum wage. And there are people who would not believe it because they're living by a standard by which you would say, oh, they drive a vehicle, they live in a nice area. But their disposable income is so low that when that $62.50 comes up now, they might tell the gardener, well, you know, you can't come this week, or we're gonna mow the lawn ourselves. We're gonna mow the lawn ourselves. They're gonna tell the housekeeper, we have to let you go because there's just not enough money to go around anymore. And that is the reality. That is the economic reality of households right now. So that is why I'm asking, where is the intent in terms of the burden of this levy supposed to be, particularly as it relates to individuals and self-employed persons? Mr. President, I want for the general public who are listening to me to also note that this has to be paid on things like gratuities, because those have not been excluded. If you have worked in a business, and for whatever reason, you are now leaving that place, and your employer gives you gratuity between this intended time period, is the pandemic levy going to be placed on the gratuity of individuals? It is clearly going to be paid on things like back pay. If you reach over the $6,250, it is going to be placed on things like overtime. Mr. President, I even ask and go as far to place the question out there, would it be on personal injury payments? It is all in the design, Mr. President, the design of the policy. Sir, we have persons in this country who earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if there's any analysis that can tell the government who are the top 5, the top 1% earners in this country, I am asking for some reflection on where this pandemic contribution levy is being placed. Because people are struggling. Yes, at all levels. But if in 2015, Mr. President, the top 1% had 10 times the income of the average household, Mr. President, I would really like to know where that disparity lies now, after gone through COVID. Because globally, we know that this has been the largest transfer of wealth in history. Because the ones hardest hit was the working class and the middle class, Mr. President. And I ask the government, if you're going to target the top earners in the business community, target the top earners in terms of individuals and self-employed persons. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Drake. Senator Dr. Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, fellow senators. Good afternoon. Mr. President, I had no intention of speaking on this bill, but in sober reflection, I thought I should say a few words. Mr. President, I think it is clear to all of us that we are not in normal times. I listened to Dr. Monroe Knight, and she clearly outlined the challenges which we have faced and which we are facing. A pandemic, the worst that we have had in almost 100 years. A war that we could not have contemplated. Economic, global disruption of the logistics, the delivery of goods and services. In these times, which are not normal, it is not unreal that we may have to take actions that are not normal because we're not living in normal times. In recognizing the necessity of ensuring the continued progress of our nation, the continued stability of our nation, one recognizes the need for government to take appropriate action to keep the ship of state afloat and to address the issues that are critical for maintaining our progress and our stability. My concern for the bill does not relate to its intention. My concern for the bill relates to the breakdown of what the funds here collected are going to be used for. How much of the funds that will be collected will be used for social services? How much of the funds will be spent on education? How much of the funds will be used for the creation of employment opportunities? And how much of the funds will be used to maintain the social stability of the nation? I believe in circumstances like these, Mr. President, we should have this kind of information which would allow us to be even more objective in our analysis of these proposals. And we should be informed in clear language as to what the funds are going to be used for. I believe that while it is true that we are in unusual times, we need to be clear going forward on what costs, what elements, where are these funds going to be used in seeking to promote the continued stability and prosperity of our nation. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Brathwaite. Senator, Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I listened with pleasure as Senator Monroe Knight outlined for all to hear in great detail the wonderful work that the government has done during this pandemic to keep the country afloat and to save lives. Mr. President, I used to think of a contribution as a gift or donation or some benefaction, Mr. President. I never thought of it as an imposition, but I'm learning. But Mr. President, I think that it is necessary, and I do support the bill, but I do feel that we all have benefited, Mr. President. Probably more should pay. I am not certain, Mr. President, that the idea that, and I will never say that healthcare is free, and that is a notion that I've heard bandied about, with no disrespect, Mr. President, in both houses of Parliament. Healthcare in this country is not free. We pay a 3% health levy, possibly now 4%. But, Mr. President, it is not free. And it is wrong to get up in this House, Mr. President, and say that it is free. And it gives the wrong idea. Somebody has to pay. It may be free at the point of delivery, but we pay for it, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, we would not, as a country, be where we are were it not for the large sums of money that government has spent and borrowed during this pandemic. And this pandemic initially started as a healthcare crisis, and it morphed very, very quickly into an economic crisis. And we have so far weathered it. Now, I have never had the opportunity to stand in this chamber and do this, and I wish to thank, Mr. President, all those nurses who came from Cuba, without whose help, Mr. President, we would not, Mr. President, have done as well as we did. Not in a million years. And while I wish to thank all those nurses who came from Cuba, I should also thank our local nurses who have remained, Mr. President, and continue for care for all. Now, Senator Drakes, Mr. President, went through with some detail and spoke about the $1 billion that we've spent and how much money is expected to be raised from this levy. And most of us believe that the language of rebuilding and building back better automatically applies to the funds raised from this levy. And there's a lot of building back that has to be done, Mr. President, because this country formally in writing, altered the health care sector, Mr. President. It formally altered the delivery of care to every person in this country in writing by slowing it down. We, in writing, denied people unfettered access, especially at the QH and in the polyclinics. We slowed it down. But there has been no formal effort, Mr. President, to speed it back up. And if you slow it down, Mr. President, in a stage where for 2 years, believe you me, it will continue in a slow down way for the next 40. You have to formally sit down with a plan and speed it back up. All the people out there who are suffering, who are waiting for it to speed back up, unless we fix that next year this time and the year after and possibly longer, they will still be waiting. Mr. President, sometime before the COVID pandemic was declared, in this chamber, legislation was passed that altered the corporate tax rate. And I recall, sir, and I'm not good in figures, as you remember, somewhere in the region of $272 million in government revenue being wiped off the books, as it were, because of the change in the corporate tax rate. And along with the lost revenue from the COVID pandemic, I've asked myself what contribution that makes and how much of a dent will this levy have on that loss. But I'm afraid, Mr. President, of what it will do to investment, and particularly large investment in healthcare. Mr. President, the average doctor cannot buy a $5 million machine. He doesn't earn $5 million a year, but corporations do. And when they are asked to pay taxes on retroactive earnings, it may change their minds about investment, and investment in healthcare that is definitely needed. Because there are things that we do in medicine, Mr. President, that are outdated, but to bring them into the 21st century requires large investment. And I'm concerned that the retroactive aspect of this legislation for companies might delay or stop that investment. Mr. President, I want to spend a few seconds to speak about building back better. I, in fact, like it as a mantra that we'll build it back better. But all of us, Mr. President, every one of us has to put in the effort. Mr. President, I was saddened recently when I read that there was a statement where someone commented on the state of our tertiary care institution and suggested that their facilities were better. And I think it's deplorable, Mr. President, where people in a position who are paid to be in a position of leadership in our institutions will stand and in public, whether they are right or wrong, and pull them down. And I really think they should resign, because if it is not good enough for you, you should leave it. So I call, Mr. President, on those who make such statements to do so, to leave them and let people who will lead them and make them better and build them back better come into place. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Mr. Miller. Senator Dr. Moronic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe that I'm sensing that there is an overarching understanding of the importance of this levy, of the context for the imposition of this levy. I want, Mr. President, to address the issue of the concern around the retroactive nature of the levy by simply to say that this is this issue of whether it is good and bad is contested. I want to point out that there was a report in 2021 by the UK Commons, the House of Commons, in which they are considering the same issue, and which there are proponents as well who say that in the current context, we should have retroactive levies. That's a report that the House of Commons is considering. So that there is debate there, so that as we would find in literature those who say that this is a bad thing, there are those who in the context of this particular circumstance, having examined it, are also saying that this is an applicable treatment to be applied. So it's a contestation, yeah? And therefore, in the context of policy, you make decisions about what then is right for you within that particular context, even in the midst of something that is contested. I also want to speak to the issue of the tax base that this levy will be applied to, and questions around why aren't we just going after that small 1%, tax them heavily in order to be able to raise the necessary income. Mr. President, I want to suggest that tax policy would indicate that we try to keep the base as wide as possible and the tax rate, therefore, as low as possible. And this is why we have applied the 1% across a wide tax bracket, so that we do appreciate, as has been indicated, that it does bring in to that net, again, those middle-class persons. But we are also saying, as I said before, that we are asking for people not to see the imposition of the levy only by itself, but to see the range of other things that the government is doing that will help to mitigate and cushion that impact. So that while we recognize that, yes, we will have a base in which people will be impacted and in which the middle class will be impacted as well, Mr. President, we're also saying that the government then is intended as well through its social programs, through its investment policies, in order then to be able to mitigate that impact. We're also reminding as well, Mr. President, that we're talking here about a one-off levy for a specific period of time. And I want, in the context of the question in relation specifically to Part 2, Section B, to note that we are speaking about declared income, so that the person who goes on and does his little side hustle and, makes that money for that period of time, the levy will be applied so once they declare it on their tax. And so that we are saying to Barbadians, and I think this is why in the other place that there was a call for self-employed persons particularly not to play with the numbers, but to be honest, to be able to reflect their income so that we can have the collection of the levy as supposed to. But what 6B is saying is that we will apply the levy once it is declared, Mr. President. Mr. President, the question that was asked in relation to what will the levy be used for, I think on this floor, in this chamber, we have heard again that even in the context of the COVID pandemic, that we are in a particularly challenging context. Again, the war with Ukraine, the rising fuel prices, rising commodity prices that are impacting Barbadians, that are impacting countries. And therefore, in the context of that, The pandemic levy, as we said before, is intended, on the one hand, to shore up our social services. And again, Mr. President, I want to reiterate that I hope that people are understanding that when we talk about the pandemic contribution levy as one instrument, that we then have to partner what government is doing in other areas, so that the social services and the strengthening of the social services, the building back better of the social service, will then allow us to be able to cater and to mitigate impact, Mr. President. So that we have, and particularly, Mr. President, for those that would find themselves in circumstances where they are not able to cope, then we will be able to have a cushion through the pandemic levy. Additionally, the pandemic levy will also be used to help us to be able to finance some of the costs that would have been incurred in the context of the pandemic. Mr. President, government is making, and again, we talked about the estimates, tremendous contributions to education in order to be able to ensure that our educational system has the level of resilience that is necessary and will make it fit for purpose going forward. I sat just yesterday, I believed, or day before, at a meeting with officials from the Ministry of Health, where all of the key heads were concerned about how do we reform the health sector, how do we reform the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and what were going to be the critical pillars that were going to be necessary in order for us to be able to do so. And to do so in the context of constrained resources, but with the understanding that we have to be able to deliver the best quality service to Barbadians. And one of the big debates that was there in the context of that discussion is that the QEH has at its core, as its core, Mr. President, the responsibility in order to be able to deliver. So the question that we kept coming back to, again, is how are we going to strengthen our efficiency and delivery? Mr. President, as I close, I want to say, as I said before, that the pandemic contribution levy, as it is applied, it is intended to help the government to be able to finance the cost of the pandemic. It is intended to help us address some of the structural weaknesses that we have, particularly in our social services sector, in order to build that resilience. That the government, however, is not dependent just on that, but that it is engaged in a multi-pronged strategy in order to be able to shore up our economy and our society. And therefore, Mr. President, I want to suggest that if we can all agree that there is a cause to be had in the context of the cost of the pandemic, that therefore, that we can look to the pandemic contribution levy as a fiscally responsible instrument, Mr. President, that will allow us to be able to respond. Mr. President, I therefore do now beg that this bill be read a second time, sorry.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Oh, there, I'm following my habits. The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Senator Dr. Knight.
Mr. President, I do now beg that Your Honor leaves the chair and the Senate dissolves into committee.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable Senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it.
This House is now in committee.
Madam Deputy President, do we have your permission to take the bill in parts?
Permission granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 5.
I do not beg that clauses 1 through 5 stand par.
The question is that clauses 1 through 5 do now stand par. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
I do not beg that part 2, clauses 6 to 10 stand par.
The question is that clauses 6 through 10 do now stand par. Those in favor.
Madam Chair, just for clarity in committee, given the questions that I raised, is it the intention of the bill to include, based on clause 6, part B, to include individuals who earn less than $75,000 per year based on the wording of clause 6, part B, Madam Chair?
Sorry, Madam Chair. It is that this clause would be applicable to the income tax. It's drawn from the Income Tax Act, and it will be based on the declared income.
Madam Chair, sorry. And if the declared income is less than $75,000, is this levy still applicable?
Senator Monroe Knight.
Madam Chair, the clause applies to self-employed persons who, within the particular period specified, has an income of $75,000 or more. So if in the context of the declared income for the period specified, it falls less than that, then the levy will not apply.
Madam Chair, thank you. But based on what Senator Monroe Knight has just said, then what is outlined in Clause 6B is a bit untidy, because the interpretation based on the wording specifically outlines any individual who does not ordinarily have an income of $6,250 or more per month, or $75,000 or more per annum, but in any given month has an income of $6,250 or more, or making them two separate categories, or for the period in question, has an income of $75,000. So it's left up to the interpretation. I'm asking for clarity. I don't have it, Madam Chair. So I don't know.
Madam Chair,
Senator Monroe Knight.
thank you. Madam Chair, Part 6B, as was indicated, indicates that an individual employed in Barbados who does not ordinarily have an income of $6,250 or more for the month or $75,000. In the first part of the question, I responded to indicate that this will be based in terms of the application of the levy, one, on the basis of declared income. So if you are in the category of the person who does not ordinarily have that, but in one particular month you are able then to have that particular income, in order for the levy to apply, you must declare it. First thing, right? You must declare it. If you do not declare that you have that income, the levy then cannot apply. And this clause B, as we indicated before, is relative to the Income Tax Act. And in that context, like I said, you must declare it. So I am unsure, I am unsure, Chair, in terms of how to further respond to the question, because in my mind, the answer is stated here and indicated in what I have proposed, Madam Chair.
Question is that clauses 4, 5, and 6 do not stand part. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No. Please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 11 to 14.
Senator Knight.
Madam Chair, I do now beg that Part 3, clauses 11 to 14, do not stand par.
Question is that Part 3, clauses 11 through 14 do now stand part. Will those in favor please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. No. I believe the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 15 to 17.
I do now beg that Part 4, clauses 15 to 17 stand par.
Question is that Part 4, clauses 15 through 17 do now stand part. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, please say no. No. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 18 to 21.
I do now beg that Part 5, clauses 18 to 21 stand par.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 18 to 21 do now stand part. Will all those in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
I do now beg that Part 6, clauses 22 to 26 stand par.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 22 to 26 do now stand part. Those in favor, please say aye. And those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
I do not beg that Part 7, clauses 27 to 33 stand par.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 27 to 33 do now stand part. Will those in favor please say aye? And will those against please say no? The ayes have it.
I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. And those against, please say no.
Madam Chair, I do now beg that you report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Those in favor, please say aye. And those against, please say no.
The chairman has just reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, I do now beg that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
I do not beg that this bill be passed and be cited as the Pandemic Contribution Levy Act 2022.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Pandemic Contribution Levy Act 2022. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is
The President.
Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for a division. A divide?
Yes.
Is that possible?
I'll take guidance from the clerks. Usually what you do is according to the standing orders, we take a voice vote. If you need to request a division before the vote is taken, I'll be guided by the clerk. Mr. Jones. A vote has been called for. The clerks will take the vote.
You don't have a bell. There's no bell here. Where's the bell? Mr. President, would you put the question again? Question that the bill do not pass?
The question is that this bill be no passed.
Senator Ms. Cummings,
Aye.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight,
Aye.
Senator King,
Aye.
Senator Ms. Paris,
Aye.
Senator Haywood,
Aye.
Senator Mrs. Roberts Odu,
Aye.
Senator Boyce,
Aye.
Senator Nichols,
Aye.
Senator Mr. Maynard, Senator Boyce,
Aye.
Senator Ms. Straits,
Abstain.
Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers,
Aye.
Senator Dr. Hines,
No.
Senator Dr. Honorable Buffett.
Aye.
You didn't have one. Mr. Jones, Her Honor, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President.
I beg your pardon, Madam Deputy President. Senator Thompson.
Rest assured, Deputy Clerk, I always vote, and in this case, I vote aye.
Mr. President, the result of the vote is 13 honorable senators voted aye, 1 honorable senator abstained, and 1 honorable senator voted no.
This bill is therefore so passed and cited. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of this sitting of the Senate to reconvene at 10 minutes before 3 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 2:50 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This sitting is therefore so suspended.
rural transformation, because anyone who knows the Scotland District area, Mr. President, knows that we are talking about rural areas, beautiful, spectacular rural Barbados, and what is necessary in that area, Mr. President. And then I'm going to be speaking a little bit about some of the pressing issues that have been raised by persons at different times on different issues relating to this, Mr. President. But I want to start first by putting into context why a Barbados Labour Party administration would undertake to do work of this nature. Mr. President, in 2018, when we faced the electorate, we set out a manifesto at the time that we continued in 2022, and I want to begin by speaking, first of all, to our 2018 message, which focused on infrastructural transformation. By 2018, we came to office, and under the umbrella of road repairs and road transformation, we inherited a government, Mr. President, and a country where no significant transformational capital works projects had been undertaken for over 10 years on our road infrastructure. We had any number of reasons why, Mr. President: challenges relating to unavailability of credit, challenges relating to the high debt rate. I believe the debt to GDP ratio when we came into office was 179% of GDP. We are now, Mr. President, for the record, and I will come to that a little later, at somewhere in the vicinity of 129% of GDP, notwithstanding the concerns that have been raised in some quarters about debt accumulation. And, Mr. President, we found ourselves in a situation where, despite a high debt to GDP ratio, and despite all of the expenditure that we were seeing in various areas, we were still faced with things that were considered by some to be transitory inconveniences, things like potholes, Mr. President. We were finding ourselves in a situation where all of our major roads were in difficulty, and we found ourselves, whether on Highway 7, Highway 1, Highway 2A, or even on the main ABC highway, unable to traverse the length and breadth of the country without having potential damage to our vehicles. Now, Mr. President, I use those examples as publicly traversed roads in commonly used areas. And if those were the areas that were problematic, Mr. President, you would imagine what rural Barbados would have faced on secondary roads which were less traveled. Mr. President, all across the Scotland District, all across Barbados, all across the countryside of Barbados, our road infrastructure has been and has continued in a state of disrepair. It is on this basis, Mr. President, that in 2018, this administration gave a commitment to address that in a transformational way. Mr. President, it is on that basis that in 2022, when we came to office, again, Mr. President, on the second occasion, that we made a determination to push even further with road rehabilitation projects. And so, Mr. President, under the Scotland District Road Rehabilitation Project, you now have a comprehensive road transformation project that treats to a stretch of road road rehabilitation from Beulah in St. Philip all the way to St. Andrew and everything in between. In May of 2022, Mr. President, you had a condition of roads survey completed by this administration under this particular project. And this was completed to look at a stretch of 188 kilometers of road. And then we went to have a further 35.1 kilometers of road, in this case specifically from Beulah to St. Philip to Sandpit in St. Andrew. And these roads were identified for the purpose of repair, reconstruction, and to have them upgraded where appropriate, Mr. President. And it is on that basis, Mr. President, that under the loan arrangement, the first step that this administration undertook, along with the Exim Bank, was to have a detailed scope of works review, to have the design work completed, or at least started in some instances as the roads were identified, and to have a detailed bill of quantities. This was a requirement that we followed, and we ensured that we had the bills of quantities, Mr. President, that would allow for us to ensure that that which was costed was that which was designed, and that the prices we were paid are the prices that we were being charged, and that it was fitting and within the scope of works. So, Mr. President, so far, quite a bit has started, and we were hoping that some of the remedial work would have begun by the 1st of June, but as was indicated by the leader of government business in the other place, who also serves as Minister of Transportation and Works and therefore responsible for this particular project, that things will happen in the scope of redesigning and finalization that will affect the start date. But that notwithstanding, Mr. President, there are a number of roads that have been identified. The first road that have been identified as a sample road is Shorey Village. That road is to be milled and paved. The second sample road, Mr. President, is Vaughn's Road, number 2. That road is to be milled and paved. The third one is Vaughn's Road, number 1, and that is a reconstruction of that road infrastructure. The same thing applies to Suriname Road and Cotton Tower that are all earmarked for reconstruction. Highway 3, Mr. President, running from Bonwell Junction to Gaggs Hill, that is to be milled and paved. And then, Mr. President, the biggie. Over the last several years, the area at White Hill has been badly affected. I believe the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew would have spoken in great detail about the anguish of the people and the families that live in that area and what they have endured. And what struck me as he was speaking, Mr. President, was that he was making reference to a church there that has been closed for many, many years, and people who have been unable to attend that church. Mr. President, my last name is Cummins, and that church is run by a woman called Evangelist Sirleen Cummins, my mother-in-law, or my former mother-in-law. And I've gone to church there on many years. For many years, I have had fish cake, fries, cake, and we call it bake sales to raise funds to do the rehabilitation of that church, to build that church, Mr. President. And so it is personal to many of us in many different ways, because I remember many a Sunday driving from my home, going to White Hill, going to Harvest, quarterly services, where every church from rural Barbados under the United Pentecostal Church Assemblies of God would come from Shorey Village, from Crab Hill, from all of the areas, and they would assemble at the White Hill Church for quarterly services. That has not been able to happen for many years. And I say without question that the people who have invested, and the families who have invested in their community church at White Hill, which is replicated by the parent church in Orange Hill, that they would be looking forward to having the people who have grown up and lived in that community for many years and have given their hearts to service in that church community, that they would also welcome the rehabilitation of the road at White Hill that would allow the people who live down the hill to once more be able to come up the hill to fellowship with their community and the people from all across St. Andrew, St. Joseph, and as far as St. Lucie, Mr. President. So the White Hill rehabilitation is critical, not just for road rehabilitation, not just for the people whose houses are literally slipping and experiencing land slippage, but it's also important for community to encourage and to participate in their normal activities. I mean, you can't go to church. You can't walk from one part of the community to the next. Those are things that people experience over the last few years, and for them it is intensely personal. So I don't want to make this about a $256 million loan that is over 20 years, because these are the facts as well. The loan is meant to last for 20 years. There is a 5-year grace period. The interest rate for this loan is 2%. The only interest rate that is lower in terms of debt, access to debt, is IMF loans, which is 1%. And so these are the facts of the loan, Mr. President. These are the technical specifications of the loans. But the impact of what the loans will be used for, if I were to use the language of some of my colleagues, really is about how it affects the day-to-day lives of the people who live in the Scotland District area, Mr. President, and in a broader sense, that then includes the St. Joseph, St. Thomas, St. Andrew areas in particular. Now, Mr. President, let us also be very realistic about what we're dealing with here. I don't think that any of us here have grown up in Barbados where we do not recall land slippage in the Scotland District area. I don't think any of us have grown up in an era where we do not recall dealing with houses slipping or roads becoming impassable. We've all experienced that. Mr. President, just recently in my role as the Minister with responsibility for tourism, we were interacting with the concessionaire for Harson's Cave. And right there in Welchmore Hall Gully, a $10 million investment for the expansion of the areas around the Welchmore Hall Gully, Mr. President, have been impacted by the engineering challenges that the entire central parts of the country in Barbados face. The fact that most of the rock is limestone, and most of the rock is prone to slippage, and it makes what would have been a $1 investment a $10 investment because of the depth that you oftentimes have to go to and the engineering around it. And so that, Mr. President, is also a factor, as was articulated by the Minister with responsibility for transport and works in the other place, in the management of this project. And there are going to be those times, Mr. President, where you will see some changes in the actual execution of the project on the basis of what the engineers may find. Mr. President, also included in the work that we are dealing with here, Mr. President, is the question of the rehabilitation of bridges, gabions, and those kinds of things. That is also critical. Under the provisions that are here within the loan, Mr. President, we also have to look at the bridges that are in that entire area. And there are more bridges than some of us can count. They too have to be rehabilitated. And so we're pleased that the work at Bawdens has begun. We are pleased that the demolition work has been done, has been undertaken, and that the work to allow for the temporary bridge to be put in place is underway. Whether notwithstanding, we're today dealing with and yesterday dealing with, and we are in the hurricane season, and so we expect that there will be some interruptions to the roadworks as a consequence of weather, the issues beyond our control. But we give the commitment as a government, Mr. President, that rural Barbados must benefit from a complete rehabilitation of the road infrastructure that allows them to traverse and to undertake the normal day-to-day tasks that everyone else all across this country is able to participate in. You should not have difficulties, Mr. President, going from school to work to home on a day-to-day basis in an environment where you are unable to travel comfortably. Whether you're traveling by car, or you're walking, or you're on a bicycle or a motorcycle, Mr. President, it is important for us to be able to do this. But I want to put this in context, Mr. President, because we live in a real world. The realities of where we are right now are not what we would like them to be. And so if I want to buy a home today, Mr. President, I don't know who in here, but I can say I am not in a position to go into my bank account and to pick up cash and to go and buy the property that I may want without having to face the bank. There is always going to be debt of some kind for the purpose of investment and transformation. If I have bought my house, Mr. President, and I have decided that my family has expanded and I want to be able to have 2 more children, that is not true. But if I want to be able to have a few more children and I want to expand my family and I need a few more bedrooms and a few more bathrooms, Mr. President, I, like most Barbadians, cannot look into my bank account and say, let me pick up that money and go and use it. The Barbadian way, Mr. President, is to do bit by bit if you can't afford to face the bank. You get a little money here, you add on a little bit there. You get a little money there, you do some there. There are some in here who may be able to do it all at once, but not all of us. And then there are those, Mr. President, who face the bank, who may not have enough to be able to say to the bank, this is what I need, because they may not have an income that is guaranteed, and so they have to be able to save to get it done. And then there are those, Mr. President, who have to face the bank for debt, and they have to repay on a monthly basis. The government of Barbados is no different. The government of Barbados does not have a bank account that is sitting there waiting for, that it can go and pick up and say, here, I want to build the roads that my people deserve. And I simultaneously want to take the money that my people are asking me for to provide social services, Mr. President. This is an administration that, while we have reduced the debt to GDP ratio from 179% as at 2018 to 129% as at 2022, and falling, Mr. President, I believe the number that we are looking looking at this stage. Let me just make certain, because I wrote it down earlier today, and I want to make sure that I am precise. Mr. President, the debt, as we see it now today, going into the, I'm correct, 127% of GDP. Mr. President, I don't know how more simply I can put this than to say that a government that has had a debt restructuring, domestic and international, a government that has had a pandemic that has increased our spending while slashing our revenue, a government that has simultaneously had to expend our commitments on education and health care in the last 4 years or so, Mr. President, and has had the largest social welfare budget that we could remember in modern times, Mr. President, that simultaneously we are undertaking at the same time to ensure that our infrastructure lends itself to comfortable living for our people, Mr. President. And you know, sometimes, you know, many of us are parents, and we try to explain to our children that money don't grow up on trees. We try to explain to our children that we can't do everything all at once. We can do a little bit here, and as much as we can, we will help, and we will do this, and we will go to the next stage a little later on. We have to help our people at the same time to understand that, and I heard an honorable member speak on a different bill earlier today to say, healthcare is not free at the point of delivery. Nothing is free at the point of delivery. Everything has a cost. It either has to be paid for at the point of delivery, or it has to be paid for by taxation, or alternately, and sometimes it has to be paid for by debt, and the debt paid for by different means, including recovery of taxes from citizens and from companies. The things we want have a cost. The things we deserve have a cost. The things we desire for our nation have a cost. And the government of Barbados is committed to ensuring that we manage those costs responsibly. And the expectation, Mr. President, is that all things being equal, that over the life cycle of this loan, that the government of Barbados will be able to return to a primary surplus, that the government of Barbados will also be in a position to return to a growth trajectory, and I want to speak for a few moments about that, Mr. President, because the growth trajectory is critical to the discussion. I want to speak, Mr. President, also for a moment about the question of labor, because we have seen some queries being raised about Chinese labor under the Exim Bank loan and whether Barbadian contractors will have an opportunity. Mr. President, inbuilt into the contract is a provision that requires 80% of all labor to be procured from Barbados. 80% of all labor is local, and that is contractual, Mr. President. That will include Barbadian subcontractors in terms of construction companies, as well as Barbadian laborers. 20% of Chinese labor is allowed, and that 20% is largely at the managerial level to be able to oversee the project, to be able to ensure that their procurement rules are being adhered to, but 80% in any language is always going to be significantly greater than 20%, and that is enshrined in the contract. Now, I know that there are also some queries that have been raised by Barbadians as well about what this means for us and our ability to repay, and I want to speak to that for a few moments, Mr. President. Mr. President, let's take a look outward before we come back to Barbados. Mr. President, Prime Minister has been talking about in every forum, and I feel as though sometimes when we listen to some of the commentary, that Barbados is on a different planet system than the rest of the world. Prime Minister has been speaking about the COVID pandemic. Every single economy in the world, bar none, has been devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have had subsequently, I'm not even talking about the hurricane and the ashfall. I'll put that on the side because we had to do what we had to do. But Mr. President, the war in Ukraine does not affect our day-to-day lives. We don't see it, we don't feel it, it's not next door, there are no shopping malls, Sheraton is not getting a bomb being dropped on it like happened in Kiev 2 days ago. We're not seeing that. So we think it's some abstract thing that doesn't really affect us. And sometimes people who should know better say things that you start to wonder if they actually do. Mr. President, Ukraine produces enough food to feed about 400 million people globally. 400 million people. It produces about 50% of all sunflower oil globally. It produces about 10% of the world's grain supply and about 30% of the world's corn supply. Simple things like baby formula went off the shelves a few weeks ago in the United States. Why did it go off the shelf in the United States? Because the basic inputs for production were not available internationally. There's an article that I was reading, Mr. President, which spoke about the impact of the war in Ukraine on the globe and how it was affecting different economies, Mr. President. And one of the things that it said in the article, and it was an article by, I believe it was the World Economic Forum. In the World Economic Forum article, it said, Mr. President, that the impact of the war in Ukraine was going to reverberate across every region of the world. And it would affect the regions of the world in two principal areas. One, food prices and access to food prices, and commodity prices as a result of increasing fuel prices, Mr. President. It spoke also about the impact on inflation rates, and what impact that would have on prices in every single economy. It went on, Mr. President, to speak as well about the fact that while the Latin American and Caribbean region did not have a trading relationship in any substantial way with either Russia or Ukraine, that the impact of sanctions on those countries was going to push the price of fuel up in a way that the Latin American and Caribbean region was going to be among the most affected regions of the world in terms of inflationary prices. Mr. President, the prices that we are facing, all of us here in Barbados, are not a manufactured outcome of government policy. Neither are they the result of mismanagement of government policy. It is a global reality that is being borne out, not by me and my voice here in Senate, but on Bloomberg, on CNN, on BBC, on Al Jazeera, on NBC, on Fox, every single news station around the world. When you turn your TV on, you will see what is happening globally. And Barbados is a part of a globalized community, and therefore the impact is very much here with us. But that does not mean that we as a government are going to ignore the cries of our people and what they are dealing with. But it also doesn't mean, Mr. President, that we are going to, and I think someone said this to me many, many years ago, the problem with y'all as the government, y'all's made this thing look too easy. That's what they said, y'all's made this thing look too easy. So when you actually start to tell people what is happening, you're complaining. It is not that, Mr. President. We have, in many ways, made it look too easy, but it has not been, Mr. President. And the decisions that are being made by the government to press ahead with a comprehensive road transformation project, a comprehensive rural transformation project, an aggressive social reform and transformation program, Mr. President, that goes further than has been done by most administrations previously, Mr. President, to look at the institutional, the systemic, and the infrastructural challenges facing our social transformation, our social sectors, Mr. President, is an indication of a government who's committed to its people. A government, Mr. President, who is committed to ensuring that we can support. We in this House, Mr. President, a few weeks ago, I believe it was, passed a resolution vesting in a special purpose vehicle, the St. Joseph, what we then call the St. Joseph Hospital, to ensure that we could support the University of the West Indies, a government that has already ensured that we commit to educating every single Barbadian that applies to and is accepted at the University of the West Indies. A government, Mr. President, that cares is not a government that does not care, I should say, is not a government that is going to make sure that simultaneous to all that we're dealing with, that our healthcare system is getting the benefit of a significant investment, Mr. President. A government that has undertaken as well to review the overall cost of healthcare, as one of our government senators, our members of the Senate said earlier today, it has a cost. It has a cost. And the monies have to come from somewhere in a government where revenues have plummeted because of conditions that are not of our own making, but are global in nature and origin. Expenditure has soared as a result of circumstances that are also not of our own making, but have to be managed, and still simultaneously is projecting where Barbados is now relative to where Barbados needs to go next. Because we have to assume that today will not always be, that tomorrow must come, and that there has to be hope and inspiration, and that in time to come, within the course of the life cycle of these loans, that Barbados will recover along with the rest of the international community, and that the aspirations that we have and our people have are able to be financed, and that our growth trajectory is able to service our debts, and that within a given time frame, we are in a position to, 1, repay our debts on time, 2, to deliver on the ambitions of our people, 3, to deliver a level of growth that is sustainable and is transformational, to be able to treat to every single productive sector that is the revenue earning sector, to be able to grow at a rate and at a diversified level that then in turn allows us to achieve an overall level of growth that in turn, Mr. President, is able to finance our ambitious social transformation programs, because you have to be able to pay our bills in order to take care of our people, especially our most vulnerable in our community. There are going to be those, Mr. President, especially those who live in the rural areas, who will have to benefit from road rehabilitation programs, who will also have the benefit of being able to start new businesses, who will also be able to see the economic development that comes from infrastructural transformation. Because once you start to see infrastructural transformation evolve, social and economic benefits accrue in those areas where you have that transformation. Now, Mr. President, I want to close my remarks on the establishment of a Scotland District Authority. Now, a few years ago, I believe it was in 2019, I had the honor of delivering the Dame Ermie Bourne Memorial Lecture, the inaugural Dame Ermie Bourne Memorial Lecture. And at that time, I recall having had the opportunity to sit with the late Right Honorable Owen Arthur in preparation for that speech. And he said, of the things that he said to me, this was the one thing he said that was most important. He said to me, Lisa, the last thing I did before we left office in 2008 was to pass the Scotland District Authority Bill, to establish a mechanism that would focus attention by the government of Barbados in a series of diversely spread agencies across the apparatus of government, to bring them together into a single authority to treat to the management of and the development of the entire Scotland District area. This administration has given the commitment as well that we are also going to be looking to finish that work which was started all the way back and ended in 2008 when we left office last, and then was now brought back in 2018 once we returned to office. It was one of his last wishes in my one of those conversations with him in preparation for the Dame Ermie Bourne lecture. And I do happen to know this administration is working at the level of the various ministries, in particular the ministry with responsibility for agriculture and rural development, to ensure that they are in a position once more to treat to the Scotland District area in a comprehensive way that allows for the entrepreneurial development of its people, the environmental and infrastructure transformation to take place in that region as well, driven by a road rehabilitation project that we have before us in this resolution, Mr. President, and then ultimately the creation of new opportunities for new centers of excellence and clusters to emerge in different parts of the country. There is no reason, Mr. President, why a Warrens Industrial District, why an Oistins, you have Martins Bay evolving in St. John as well. There is no reason why there cannot be an appropriately established ecotourism or eco-friendly cluster of businesses that evolves in the bosom of the Scotland District area. One that respects the ecological heritage of the region, of the area, yes, but one that also allows the people of the area to benefit from the provision of services using a cluster-driven model under the umbrella of a revamped and a reinvigorated Scotland District Authority. Mr. President, in closing, I just want to I just want to mention finally, again, of the roads that are going to be covered: Shorey Village, Vaughan's Road number 2, Vaughan's Road number 1, Suriname Road, Cotton Tower, Highway 3. But I want to say those with the understanding that this is just the beginning. These are just the roads that have been identified, and I use the word sample roads. These are the sample roads that have been developed. Once these roads have been developed and you have done the mill and pave or the reconstruction as the case may be, depending on which road it is, you will then see the further identification of additional roads. And with those additional roads, you would have had the lessons learned from Whitehill and from the roads that I have identified already to say, this works, that doesn't work. This is suitable for the area. We have had success doing it this way, but we didn't really do it well in that way, so we need to pivot. And so it will allow us to have a second wave of road rehabilitation projects in the Scotland District area, having learned from the best practices established on your first outing with the sample roads, Mr. President. And so on that basis, we just want to take this time to give the people of the Scotland District area the assurance that this administration is committed to bringing you the development and the transformation which you deserve. We are committing to this loan $256 million because we believe that Barbados is going to be placed on a trajectory with all the other related measures that are being put on the table, Mr. President has spoken about in different fora, to allow us to repay this and every other loan, Mr. President. 2% versus 1% from the IMF, International Monetary Fund. Mr. President, these are concessional rates, and I want to close by saying this, Mr. President. If we, Barbados, are able to attract concessional funding at 2%, at 1%, suggesting, therefore, that there are those who have confidence in Barbados, why would I not have confidence in us? If others have confidence in our ability to repay, our ability to manage, our ability to evolve and to develop, I can say here without fear of reproach, Mr. President, that I am not in the business of second-guessing myself. I am not in the business of having low self-confidence, and we as a people here in Barbados must never allow the psyche to evolve in Barbados that we cannot do those things that we set our minds to. We have confidence in ourselves, Mr. President. This government has confidence in Barbados. We have confidence in the management of Barbados under our leadership. We have confidence in those who are working with us to provide resources, and we have confidence in our people who are walking this road with us. And we share that confidence with all the international creditors who are also ensuring that they make it very clear in public spaces that they have confidence in Barbados to meet the standards that we set for ourselves. And on that basis, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Any speakers? Senator Dr. Rogers. Senator Dr. Reverend Dr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise just to say a few brief words on this resolution because it is one that touches a topic very dear to me. The last time I spoke in here, it was June 1st when I mentioned that that would have been my first day at school in Barbados in 1987 when I came to the island. And when I came to Barbados, my dad, who was a priest in the Anglican Church, was stationed at Cane Garden in St. Andrew, at the churches of St. Saviour's and St. Simon's. So I know very well of the woes of the Scotland District. Senator Cummings would have mentioned the last few years, but I can say the last few decades. Because you just needed one good rainfall and your entire route will change for the day. When it wasn't that the Springvale Road was impassable, if you tried Chalky Mount, you had a problem there. Dark Hole was a similar problem. And I dare say that it is the Scotland District that helped me to develop my work ethic where church is concerned, because my dad, when he was stationed at St. Simon's, we realized that there was a part of the congregation that could not get to church because the Turners Hall Road was gone. And so we then had to leave St. Simon's, sometimes after 11, going 12 in the morning, to head up to Turners Hall to have a little service in the school there, just to keep that part of the congregation together. And then we would come down Whitehill and head home. But then Whitehill soon went, and then everything fell apart. So it was a common theme in that part of the world that the roads were just not good. And it is a good thing that we are embarking on this comprehensive program to fix some of these roads. I was glad to hear the mention of the Whitehill Road, but we also have lots of others that need some work in that area. And as Senator Cummings would have pointed out, this is just a start, and I'm hoping that we can stick to this to see for those people in that part of the country. You see, it is very easy, if you do not live in that area, to simply talk about the pandemic and the economic challenges and so on. Those are things added to the woes that they face every single day and have faced every single day for the last few decades. You buy a car and sometimes you can't even park it at home because the road is down. You have to park it somewhere to walk across a little track to get home. You catch the bus, you have to walk with all your goods because the road is down. You have to go to get home. And that is a common thing for them, added to their water woes and everything. So I support this bill 100%. Yes, it is an economic burden on the country, but it is one worth taking, because I do recall when we were drafting the Charter of Barbados last year, one of the lines that was placed in that charter was that every generation is indebted to the generations that went before it and obligated to the generations that will follow. What we're doing today is not simply for us. Recognize that what we experience in this country at this time, others made sacrifices in the past, that we can experience these things. Now is our time to make sacrifices for generations to come. And I wish to commend the government, even in the midst of everything that is happening, to think about those people in the Scotland District and the woes that they face in terms of transport and their roadworks, to take on this work even at this time when there's so many other things that are pressing. But I believe that for the people in the Scotland District, this is very good news. And I hope that everything comes to fruition and that these projects will run smoothly for the betterment of the lives of those people. And with those few words, I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Mr. President, I rise in support of this bill to invest in the road infrastructure in the Scotland District, because I believe that this investment should be the beginning of the creation of a new economic space for the people of St. Andrew, St. Joseph, and St. John in particular, and the people of Barbados in general. there are two facets of this initiative and potential future wealth that I would like to underscore. The first has to do with rural tourism, and the second has to do with food security and response to climate change. Mr. President, the Scotland District, which represents 1/7 of the total area of Barbados, demonstrates once again that Barbados is geologically unique. According to UNESCO documents, the district is the summit of an elongated submarine mountain range, several miles long, that stretches from Trinidad in the south to Puerto Rico in the north. It is therefore a unique geological site, being the only part of the mountain range that is above water. The district has rock formations that are reported to be over 50 million years old, and the formation of clay stones, chalk, and volcanic ash is unique in our country. It was considered by UNESCO in 2005 and is part of a tentative list of World Heritage Sites. According to UNESCO, Barbados also has an amazing array of sedimentary rock formations, and I quote, geological structures consisting of mobile material that was forced into more brittle surrounding rocks, usually by the upward flow of material from a parent stratum, and the largest of which is the subsurface of the Scotland District. The highest elevation of Barbados, Mount Hillaby, is in the Scotland District, 340 meters above sea level. Although small by comparison to some of the volcanoes in the islands of the Les Antilles, Mount Hillaby, within the Scotland District, is the summit of an elongated submarine mountain range that is several hundred miles long, extending from Trinidad to Puerto Rico. The overall shape of the Scotland District is that of a round bowl cut in half by the Atlantic Ocean that borders along the straight east coast with sandy beaches and dunes. Mr. President, the Scotland District, end of quote. Mr. President, the Scotland District is the heart of the beauty of the East Coast and is therefore yet another gem in our heritage tourism package. In addition to Harrison Cave, the site can be yet another site of heritage tourism and a geological wonder of the world. Mr. President, the second reason for supporting this bill is because the Scotland District, an area of some 14,000 acres, has the potential to be the tropical fruit orchard of Barbados and could assist in achieving the national goal of planting 1 million trees in our country. In fact, given the fact that the average mature tree occupies about 400 square feet, we could plant 1,583,988 trees in the Scotland District. Tropical fruit orchards, mangoes, avocados, guavas, soursop, breadfruit, coconut, and Barbados cherry could be planted in the Scotland District area. An industry could be developed around these fruits, and we could develop an industry based on the production of fruit concentrates that could serve to replace those that we currently import. In the tourism industry, there is need to promote use of local fruits and vegetables in menu options, and local fruit and juices such as mango, tamarind, golden apple, soursop should be readily available in our hotels and restaurants throughout this country. The nutritional value of local fruits and juices should be an important incentive to grow these trees in the Scotland district. Research has shown, for example, that the Barbados cherry contains 100 times as much vitamin C as an ordinary orange. The fruit also contains antioxidants and other health-promoting ingredients. Herb gardens can also be produced and provided for in this area, and the area is an excellent location for the preservation of our biodiversity. The industry would provide employment opportunities, and the trees planted would not only help to stabilize the soils of the area, but also help Barbados to comply with its commitment under the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Mr. President, you will no doubt recall that Barbados, in its nationally determined contribution, communicated the United Nations Framework Convention, pledged to achieve an economy-wide reduction of greenhouse gases emissions of 44% compared to its business-as-usual situation. The current government, in 2018, committed even further to transition in this country to be 100% green carbon neutral island state in the world by 2030. The planting of trees in the Scotland district could contribute to the achievement of this goal. In summary, Mr. President, I see this bill as the beginning of a new era in the development of the Scotland district, and I hope that the next phase in the development will be a project that recognizes the true touristic and entrepreneurial value of this site, and one that will not only promote it as a heritage site, but will develop entrepreneurship and agribusiness opportunities for the people of the area. I hope, therefore, that the proposed project will extend to incorporate a project that promotes the increased production of tropical fruits for better nutrition and for reducing the incidence of chronic non-communicable diseases. It will promote the production of medicinal plants for herbal medicines, herbal teas, herbal creams, herbal oils, and herbal tonics. For example, moringa. To produce more wood for furniture, building materials and souvenirs. Promote the development of nurseries. Promote more agro-industries based on the production and processing of local fruits into local juices and other beverages. Provide for additional tree management services. Promote ecotourism, heritage tourism, and community tourism based on natural heritage and the green spaces for birds, for bees, and for butterflies. Contribute to the regeneration and the stabilization of the soils of the area. Mr. President, I thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Braffin. Senator Herod.
Thank you very much for recognizing me, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise with the full intention of giving support to this resolution. I think it is a very important resolution which captures not only the intention of the government to invest a significant proportion of funds into the Scotland district, but also a push by the government to level the playing field and to bring residents of that particular area on a footing of a high level of dignity with regards to access to their areas. Mr. President, I know the resolution focuses on Barbados and the Scotland district, but I must reflect, with your permission, briefly on a few visits that I've made across the region. If I may, begin with Grenada last week, Thursday, when I was down there observing the most interesting occasion, drinking water and minding my own business, of course. But I had the privilege, Mr. President, to visit an area called Molinier. And this is the area that is in the constituency of St. George's Northwest, the constituency of the former Prime Minister, Keith Mitchell. And Molinier is an area that experienced significant landslides over the years, the last being in 2021. And I happened to be down there in 2020 because it's on the highway right off from where they have the underwater, where there's the underwater sculptures as well, the marine protected area. And we were just driving, and all of a sudden a huge chunk of mud came straight across the highway. And the highway is not reinforced with gabion barriers. It's just a simple wall separating that huge land mass of mud from the sea right next to it as well. And I want to bring that to the attention of the Honorable House to give consideration to the fact that this landslide issue, one of the issues in terms of landslides, is not unique to Barbados, although it will come back to the specific issue at hand, but also the financing behind it. At that specific time in 2020, Grenada had well over 140 occurrences, some major, some minor, of landslides all across the island. And the government was basically scrambling to find resources to address this particular issue. As it stands today, the contract has been awarded for the repairs at Molinier. The contract is a bilateral between the government of Grenada and the UK through the Inter-American Development Bank. And interestingly enough, most of the materials for the project is coming from the United Kingdom. Interestingly, but not surprising. I also had the liberty, Mr. President, of going a bit further south, and I visited Guyana as well over the weekend. And I took a trip to Linden. And Linden in July 2020 had a massive downpour, torrential downpour down there. And quite different from Grenada, you're not going to see much rocks in that area. It is pure mud, in fact, pretty much almost all across Guyana. So the intervention that they used to address the issue was quite interesting. The residents got there before the government, and the residents helped to dig some trenches, reinforced by the traditional Dutch improvisations in the area as well, and tried to get the water going back out to the sea. Now, they also use something which is interesting, not necessarily gabions, not these big heavy boulders, some geotextile materials, which is a material that has a spider web-like kind of look. And what it does, it restricts the movement of mud whilst allowing the water to flow through the actual structures as well. I don't want to get too technical, but just let me highlight some issues which may not be too far from home, although they're in Guyana, that can be replicated here. The issue of cost, of course. As a result of these landslides, it costed significant amounts of money for persons to take shortcuts, and you're taking shortcuts, so you're spending more on gas, of course. And then the wear and tear on the vehicles because they were not structured roads that were taking shortcuts on as well. So whether it be tires, whether it be the chassis, the suspension, walking as well. Walking is good for you, but sometimes the distances that persons had to walk was unbelievable, particularly in the area of Molinier. And in Grenada, I have a saying, you're either walking up a hill or down a hill, no matter where you're going. And in most instances, it is really unbearable. I heard Senator Brathwaite just mention the UNFCCC national determined contributions that we're obligated to submit. And one of the issues that we face in terms of landslides and the diversions as well, which use more gas, is the contribution to greater greenhouse gas emissions as well. Because as a result of diverting, you have to obviously go along treks, and what used to be 1 mile turns into 3 miles, and you're contributing more to global warming as well. But I don't want to get too technical. Let me fly back to Barbados as I did on Sunday. And here we are today discussing the resolution, $250 million or so dollars to facilitate the road rehabilitation program. It is not a fly-by-the-night exercise. I suspect everyone recognizes that this is on page 8 of the estimates under the operations of government in terms of expenditure. And it is really no surprise. We know the area represents a seventh of the northeast of the island. As Senator Brathwaite quite rightfully said, in terms of its UNESCO recognition, it covers a stretch from Puerto Rico all the way down to Trinidad, and we are fortunate in terms of the recognition to have the highest peak along that stretch. But I also recognize that land slippage in that area is nothing new. As far back as 1901, and persons recognize it as the Boscobel landslip, it had a significant movement of materials in the area, up to 10 million cubic meters, about 50 football fields or so. That was that was prone to land slippage in the area. We also had more recent times in 2016, El Nino and La Nina in terms of the excessive heat, which caused the sediments in the soil to crumble a bit, and that area was at risk in terms of land slippage. La Nina, obviously excess rain, and that in itself causes a bit of land slippage as well. But I want to support this resolution because it is a resolution that supports the development of infrastructure in the Scotland District. It is a resolution that supports the advancements of economic activity, but more importantly, it is a resolution that supports the improved livelihoods for persons in the area. Now, Minister Cummings quite rightfully identified 6 or so roads that were identified. I had the liberty this morning of getting here on time still, but taking a short trip through the Scotland District with some members of the Ministry of Transport and Works, and I want to commend them for allowing me the perquisite of observing in specificity some of the areas that are challenges. So I may repeat a few names, but Mr. President, let me list, I think this is about 23 roads or so, or more, you can count with me, because I want senators to understand the volume of the intervention that's being made. So we're looking at Trio Path, Troya. Well, I say Trio, potato, but I appreciate that. St. Simons, King Street, Shorey Village, Babylon Road, Turner's Hall, Moose Bottom is almost like a song, yeah? Hillaby, Bloomsbury, Melvins Hill, Highway 3, Tent Bay, Suriname Road, Vaughan's Road 1 and 2, as Minister Cummings said. Ermybourne Highway, Martins Bay, Welch Village, Glen Burnie, and Ridge Road, to name a few, because that is not all the roads, like the side roads that come off as well. So I want to commend the staff at the Ministry of Transport and Works for facilitating my very late request to have a better appreciation as to the situation up in there as well. Mr. President, I want to focus on the potential benefits, because one thing that is missing from this exercise, I am a government senator, but I am one that is very honest, is a cost-benefit analysis. So whereas we are speaking about the quantitative aspects of the expenditure, there has been limited discussion apart from down to brass tacks in terms of the quantitative returns from the exercise. And that is something that can be addressed by a cost-benefit analysis. And it is not a shortfalling of the government to not have one, because we cannot sit or stand here and ask the government to do a cost-benefit analysis and then do the intervention based on that. These things take time. And the most important aspect of a cost-benefit analysis, in this case, is not going to come from the government sitting in isolation and deciding what activities can be done to bring in foreign exchange or economic activity. It is done as a participatory exercise so that persons in the area and outside of the area can tell us what they think are viable economic activity for the area. As far back as I believe it was 1993, former Prime Minister Onassis, in another place, he actually he requested on people in the private sector and individuals to submit proposals on what can be done in the Scotland District. And he asked them to formally submit it. Again, I'm not in cabinet, but I believe that we have a government that is receptive enough that if anyone within an earshot, through you, Mr. President, has ideas in terms of how we can bring economic activity into the Scotland District, that they can make in haste in terms of communication to the relevant authorities as well. If we get that information, and if the government gets that information, that forms the qualitative and quantitative basis of a cost-benefit analysis. Because now we can say, yes, it costs $250 million, but based on these activities, it may be able to rake in X, Y, and Z. Mr. President, I want to touch just 3 specific points in terms of the benefits, though. Although these are not quantified, they're general, and I suspect many other members of this House can support the likelihood of them being good activity in the area. Agriculture, as one, Senator Bradford touched on this. And the Scotland District is a very sensitive area. And in sensitive areas such as this, when we talk about agriculture, we need to be careful as well, because not every agricultural practice in the area will have a long-term benefit to the area in terms of its geological structure. We can talk about aquaponics, something that has minimal impact on the actual environment down there. And I just want to underscore as well how significant the issue is of agriculture and targeted agriculture. Back in 1966, in November, when we declared independence, the residents of Melrose District were contemplating with the government, and they were very, very upset. They were saying that they wanted to move out of the area, and they wanted to move out of Mellows, not because they wanted to move out of Mellows because there were animals grazing on the flatlands, the pastures in the area. And why they wanted to move wasn't because of the cows' manure, but because of the grazing is going to lead to a lot of the root structure, the grasses that hold up the dirt and stuff in the area as well. So they feared that they were at risk in terms of their livelihoods, as simple as that may sound. And that just underscores the fact that yes, agriculture for the area is good, but targeted agricultural practices, sorry. The second one is really ecotourism, and the Minister of Tourism spoke to it as she did with the best authority. And this speaks to allowing persons who have an interest in ecotourism, who come from outside the island or within the island as well, to have an appreciation for what stands there in the Scotland district as well. The third one that I want to speak on is environmental. And I believe in this area, and this is environmental in terms of revenue generation, in this area is very unique. And there are so many different financing modalities that we need to explore in terms of generating revenue to treat the environmental practices in Barbados. I believe that we can give consideration to a cap and trade agreement similar to what Guyana has done and they're doing. And they signed, meaning Guyana, the government of Guyana signed a memorandum of understanding in 2009 with the government of Norway through a cap and trade agreement to the tune of $250 million US. And it is a simple agreement. You in Guyana basically ensure that you conserve your forests and you can generate what they call carbon credits. And then you can sell those carbon credits to another country that is emitting, that is undertaking activities that have carbon emissions. So as to kind of balance the off-take and on-take in terms of carbon emissions as well. And this means that while countries are polluting, you are absorbing the equivalents of that pollution someplace else as well. Imagine the landscape, imagine the number of trees that he just mentioned, that Senator Bradford just mentioned, Mr. President, that we can plant there, that we can generate carbon credits for, and simply sit back and conserve the area, absorb carbon credits by trading them, and that is a general revenue stream that is a fraction of the cost in terms of management. So that is one thing I want to mention. Another thing that I want to mention is the jobs. And Senator Cummings touched on this and gave great clarity, so I will not overextend in this area. But the provision of jobs through the project, 80-20% split between those non-Barbadian and those Barbadian residents as well. I think this will add significantly to them, not only being masons and carpenters and stuff in the area, but I really would like to advise further that the interventions in terms of the job market adds capacity to those persons to understand the environmental impacts of the area and not just come there and not just come there and throw a rock in the Gabian structure and think that that is really targeted employment. I think we need to look at more developmental ways of getting our skills persons to not only come and add a pebble, but understand the structure of the pebble, why the pebble is being put there. Suffice it to say, a subsequent intervention like this, if we take that approach, it means that we can be in a better position to offer the technical expertise to bump that intervention to maybe 95 to 5% in terms of local to foreign as well. So, Mr. President, I want to say basically that this is not only about $250 million. This is not only about the litany of roads that are going to be repaved. This is about a dignified approach to ensuring that persons in those areas have access to infrastructure, proper infrastructure, similar to other persons in this country. And with those few words, Mr. President, I want to support the government in its initiative and this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Herwood. Senator Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir, I am heartened to hear some of the interventions thus far in relation to the resolution before the House, because as has been mentioned, there has been some public angst around this particular loan, the size of the loan, and in some instances, the source of the loan, which is unfortunate. so I will ignore the asides. But, Mr. President, what is clear is the discomfort and the angst that is coming from the public. Although the government may have the requisite information, they may have the cost-benefit analysis, that is not something that the public is privy to in any comprehensive way. And in having that blind spot in relation to the breadth of information that the government has, I would implore the government to have more meaningful dialogue around the benefits of this project, because if it is a case that, as we've heard today, there are a number of roads that are being identified, a number of private projects that can then come from that rehabilitation project, then I think a comprehensive communication package, something along the lines where Barbadians are then given more information about what is the vision for the Scotland district, which this loan is a component of. But Mr. President, I really want to also talk a little bit about where we are in terms of our debt. And to say that a lot of the issues that we've had to grapple with recently, there was a defining moment in 2008, as we all know, in relation to the economic crisis. And because we were unable to grow the economy, to spur significant economic activity, we then had another somewhat defining moment in 2016. Because, Mr. President, from 2008, our debt was $6.8 billion. The GDP, our gross domestic product, was $9.5 billion. And you can say that that was a relatively good position in terms of the debt to GDP ratio, 71%. Sir, and since then, without any serious intervention, we have hovered around the $9 billion mark in terms of economic activity here in Barbados. In that 10-year span, and you've probably heard this on numerous occasions, from 2008 to 2018, the debt ballooned from $6.8 billion to $12 billion, being cognizant that gross domestic product just stagnated at $9 billion. So what that did was then place pressure on our foreign reserves, as we know. In 2016, as I said, was another defining moment, because that is when our import cover since 2008, for the first time, fell below the 2 months import cover in terms of foreign exchange. And that, sir, presented then the challenges that the government is grappling with in terms of having to restructure the debt in 2018, 2019. Whether you agree with how that was done, that was a course of action taken. But, sir, in 2018, our gross domestic product just finally passed the $10 billion mark. So in light of the restructuring that happened, anyone who was watching and monitoring just the numbers, just the plain numbers alone, would have marked that, yes, there was an improvement happening in the country. But, sir, as we know, we spoke about it this morning in the earlier debate, the pandemic happened, and we had to incur more debt to deal with the ballooning demand for expenditure. So when we look at having to restructure the debt, incurring debt due to the pandemic-related expenses and others, very little actually has changed in relation to the aggregate debt stock, or the total debt stock that Barbados has. So in 2016, our debt was $13.3 billion. Our debt last year, based on the Central Bank's report, was $13.3 billion. So although, yes, we have a set of funds allocated for all of the right reasons, if you just look at the numbers, there would be a cause for concern in the public domain. Because if it is a case that the pandemic has been so severe in terms of the amount of money we've had to borrow in such a short space of time, then any additional financing that the government has not fully ventilated would seem like it is a cause for concern. Mr. President, the leader of government business, when the honorable member spoke, said, you know, we have to provide hope and tomorrow must come. And I agree. But as a small, open economy, there are things by which we should be cautiously optimistic about. And I understand that government is trying to mount a platform by which we take on or incur debt based on a particular growth trajectory. But the level of uncertainty, Mr. President, that is now happening in the international or the global economy is unprecedented. Mr. President, internationally, some experts are warning that a global recession later this year is imminent. That is the way the cookie is crumbling for us. We have Mr. Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, talking about an economic hurricane is coming. When persons in those types of positions say that they're being conservative with their balance sheets, Mr. President, and you take that into consideration along with the amount of debt that we already have, the few areas we currently have to grow the economy, to be faced with another financial shock, if it comes, it is cause for worry. It is. Mr. President, our major source markets in terms of tourism, the UK, they are also going through their own issues. And these are not even issues that are based on finance, but these are no, we are talking about social tensions and social unrest in terms of labor rising up and demanding their fair share in terms of the strikes that are happening now in the UK. And we have to take these things on board when we are planning, Mr. President. And for me, we have to consider all economic scenarios. Mr. President, we are entering into a season where we have increasing interest rates because of the move by the Federal Reserve in the US, where they increased the interest rates by a quarter of a percentage point recently, 3/4 of a percentage point, sorry. And that is going to have significant impact on the cost of borrowing, the cost of investing. And the aim of that, Mr. President, is to curb the inflationary pressure that currently exists in the commodities market. But, Mr. President, this is why people are saying a recession is imminent. When you increase the interest rates to dampen demand, in the traditional economic sense, prices are supposed to go down. But, Mr. President, the inflation that we are incurring right now is due to supply chain issues. It is a supply side issue. So on one hand, you have prices increasing, interest rates increasing, demand being dampened, and nobody can tell you, Mr. President, how this is all going to come out in the wash. Because it's an economic paradox. The theories around this type of policy making where the current variables are, they're not supposed to be here. And that is because of the continued economic shocks that the economy continues to face, Mr. President. So when we say that Barbados will be able to service the loans, Barbados is going to be on a growth trajectory, I am optimistically cautious about that language, because remember, we never recovered from the 2008 crisis. And the amount of shocks that have come and have devastated the Barbadian economy in 2.5, 3 years, it is going to be a significant undertaking to manage our immediate affairs as well as service loans. And on top of that, Mr. President, we also have, and this is by no means saying that the government should not embark on debt sustainability, a government that is trying to rein back in fiscal deficits, which in and of itself also continues to dampen economic activity, because that policy measure pulls money out of the economy. Sir, so the angst, I think, is justified if given the full gambit of information. There may be some quelling in relation to, taking on this $256 million. But the question around, and I sympathize and I understand the plight of those living in that area. But when you're talking about a situation where you could be faced with food shortages, you could be faced with persons going hungry in an economy, people find it hard to justify road rehabilitation. And at this level of debt, Mr. President, and I really wanted to make that intervention. Mr. President, I want to, a number of things have been said, and I won't go over them. But I want to speak to the schedule that is attached to the resolution. Mr. President, I am a member of this chamber, and we've heard bits and pieces as well about the contract and the agreement. Mr. President, given the level of public discourse, given that at present Barbadians are saddled with, on aggregate total, $13.3 billion in debt per population, per capita, that's about $50,000 per person. If the government is intended to take on these types of debt financing facilities, we should be able to see the agreement. We should be able to see the contract. And that in and of itself propels us towards saying, yes, we are a mature republic and democracy. But isn't that what this whole program is about? This whole project around exercising and demonstrating, Mr. President, that we are moving towards governance that is more transparent, it is in a more mature state, and we can ventilate very easily in black and white based on what the agreement and the terms and conditions are, outside of just the grace period and the disbursements. Because we have, yes, a grace period 60 months from the effective date of the agreement. Disbursements, 48 months from the effective date of the agreement. But I have no idea what the agreement is. Mr. President, what is even of more concern to me when I read the resolution and the schedule and the accompanying schedule, this contract or agreement, the laws that govern this agreement are the laws of China. That is what it states in the schedule. The laws governing this agreement are governed by the laws of China. And this has nothing to do with being skeptical or there's anything untoward happening. But we just celebrated being a republic. We want to demonstrate that we are moving towards a mature democracy. What are the laws, Mr. President, that govern this arrangement? What are the specific laws? Which laws? Barbados has a gamut of laws. Which laws? I don't know. I don't know which laws. And, Mr. President, the final question that I would have to ask is, what are the terms and conditions if Barbados defaults on this loan in relation to the laws of China? What happens in that arrangement? Because we've heard about how great the loan is, how much time we have to repay, but what happens, what are the terms and conditions when we default on the loan? Mr. President, people will think that this is a joke. And persons, the average persons on the street, take offense when an administration or government comes across very dismissive, because you've been given the mandate. So if we come and we ask a question, Mr. President, being our representatives, being the ones going to sign off on these loans, and if you're saying to me the laws of China govern $250 million in debt, you should be able to come and tell me what those laws are, what are the specificities, and in particular, what happens, Mr. President, if we default on this loan or any other loan in relation to this loan, because that is how the debt restructuring is outlined. Our external creditors said, we will only restructure the debt and you will make the savings only if you do not renege on any other debt. So is this loan even tied to other loans in terms of the terms and conditions? And these are the things that we should know. Because, Mr. President, we have to pay it back. It is not the 30 members downstairs and the other place. We all have to pay it back. We all in this together, Mr. President. So let us all have a mature conversation. If there is public angst about the debt that we are incurring, Mr. President, we should have available information comprehensively, and the government should be able to respond to the questions that are being posed, because there's a concern about the level of debt in Barbados, along with all of the other economic troubles that are projected to come our way. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Drake. Senator Paris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the resolution before this honorable chamber. And in her presentation, the leader of government business would have said that this is a manifesto pledge of the Barbados Labour Party in its 2018 and 22 manifesto. And it is no secret that the Barbados Labour Party honors its manifesto pledges. And we are here this afternoon to debate this so that we can honor yet another of our manifesto pledges. This aggressive roadworks program by this government also demonstrates its commitment to the country and to its people. Mr. President, the $256 million being spent on the rehabilitation of the Scotland District is the largest amount spent in a specific area for rehabilitation. The money will be used to repair roads and bridges, and these are roads and bridges that were not done for 60 years. I want to repeat it, sir. There are roads and bridges that were not done for 60 years. Mr. President, I have visited Whitehill on numerous occasions and have heard the cries of the residents for help. I saw what they had to endure on a daily basis just to live their normal lives, to get in and out of the district.
For them, just walking outside and putting your trash in the cans, it is not normal. We can do it because we have good roads, but these people in White Hill have suffered over the years. They now have to take their bags of garbage to the nearest, and I talk about taking as in having to walk with them to garbage cans outside of their districts. The SSA trucks cannot drive to their homes because there are no roads. The BLP listened to them and saw their plight, and they were assured that when we become the government, we would give them better conditions, and that is why we are in this chamber today debating this. For persons taking drives to Martins Bay, Consett Bay, and other areas, their driving skills are tested. They have to maneuver through rough roads. Sometimes they have to stop and go to an alternate route, and it causes wear and tear as well to their vehicles. Mr. President, I am supporting this resolution, knowing that this is going to bring relief to thousands of people living in the Scotland district, ending years of suffering and giving them the opportunity to experience some of the things that persons not living in these districts in Barbados can experience. They no longer would have to walk with 2 pairs of shoes. No longer would these residents have to park their cars and walk to their homes because the road is impassable. No longer would they have to fear the fact that if they have an emergency at their homes in the night and they have to call an ambulance, or if a fire truck has to come, that they cannot get close to their house. Mr. President, over the years, businesses were impacted by the lack of road repairs in the Scotland district. I am sure you would have heard the cries from some of the business owners of popular businesses who were affected because people were not able to get to their business. In some instances, they had to close the business. When the roads are completed, Mr. President, persons would now be able to go back to these watering holes and support these businesses. With the work being undertaken, in the Scotland district, job opportunities will be given. We heard that it's 80-20, 80% of Barbadians will get jobs. And again, this is going to help the economy and the businesses in the area who normally, the small shops who normally open on weekends and sell their chicken and pork, these same persons who are working in these districts where the project is being done will benefit from them as well. Mr. President, residents who were using public transport had some inconvenience. The buses had to drop them sometimes a long way from their homes, and they had to walk with heavy packages. If they're coming from the supermarket or whatever, they had to walk with these in their hands. The Transport Board had to adjust its Shorey Village route to accommodate commuters. The broken bridge stopped the Shorey Village bus from going into Lakes and Baxters, and a shuttle had to be created. Residents in White Hill also had the benefit of using the shuttle. But today, presently, this road that is used by the shuttle is getting smaller and smaller. So this road rehabilitation project is timely. Mr. President, I look forward to completion of these roads in Scotland District. But I would also like to use this opportunity to make an appeal to the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources to work closely with the utility companies and avoid having to dig up the roads soon after the work is completed. Wherever possible, I am asking them to identify the areas that would need major works and work at coordinating so that we will not have to do repaving as soon as the work is completed. It is an inconvenience to road users, but it is also considered to be a waste of money and time. Mr. President, I would like to see the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources give consideration to ensuring an effective public relations program to inform the residents and road users of the work being undertaken, when and where. They should work closely with the residents to prepare them as to what to expect when the project has started. Yes, the residents will be prepared for some inconvenience, but I do believe that they would have a better understanding in knowing what to expect if there are proper communication to them, if there's proper communication to them. Tell them about the dust that would come with this project and also put plans in place to minimize the dust, because we have residents living in these areas who suffer from asthma and from allergies, and also make an effort to ensure that the dust is kept to a minimum. I think communication on this program is of importance to this project. Mr. President, signage in the Scotland District needs urgent attention. And again, I am urging the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources to give attention to repairs of this signage. As you drive through the Scotland District, you see broken signboards, rusty signboards, signboards covered with bush. It is very difficult for road users to depend on these signs to assist them in finding their way, especially if they are not familiar with the road. I am asking again, Mr. President, for consideration to be given urgently to implement a sign maintenance program to address the issues identified. This would make it easier and safer for road users to traverse in the countryside. Mr. President, in closing, I would like to commend the economic team for negotiating this loan that saves the country a considerable amount of money, while at the same time resolving a long outstanding problem for the residents living in the Scotland District. Mr. President, with those few words, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Harris. Senator Kevin Morse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I trust and hope that my apologies were conveyed for my absence this morning. I keenly wanted to be here, but I was in the other place.
They were indeed.
Yes, sir. So my apologies to you and my fellow members. Sir, I did not plan to interject in the proceedings this evening, but I felt compelled to, by the quality of submissions and to even some extent inspired by the nature of the asides, which were thrust forth to any comment that was made that sought to even query.
I somehow did not hear any.
Well, you have that
We're in the same
unique
place.
privilege, Mr. President. I am not so special. And I thought to myself that let me lend a voice that says the government is doing the governing and the Senate has no power on money bills. However, it does have the right, as is currently composed, sir, under the Constitution, to comment. And on this basis, I shall so proceed. Now, Mr. President, it might be a little known fact that I am of the North, for the North, and come from the North, sir. 1.25 miles, sir, is where my family derived from, sir. And while we're discussing the Northeast, Mr. President, I do feel a kindred spirit which myself and my friend Senator Andrele Boyce would share, having derived from the plantation in that region, sir. And sir, now, we look at it from the perspective of what is being done, and we see the benefits that have been laid out. For my part, sir, this is certainly in keeping with the developmental push, and from what I have heard, sir, it sounds like a promise made that is going to be a promise kept, Mr. President. Yes. And sir, we have heard the benefits, the attendant local tourism push. Hopefully it would make the efforts with regard to the water a bit easier, and we know the government has been pushing in that regard. It should certainly ease what were coined as transitory inconveniences, sir. And I actually looked that up as a legally defined term and allow for the better passage of us as citizens of the country to the Northeast to enjoy the beauty and splendor that surrounds that region. And sir, we must also consider, besides the aesthetic value, the stimulus to the economy of the injection of this money into the contractors, the subsidiaries, even the workers who would be working on these projects. Now, of course, with everything, some idealists might say, well, which companies will benefit, sir? Do we have checks and balances with regard to the procurement process, sir? Do we have fair play to ensure that these companies themselves are doing what is a condition to take part in the bidding? But that's not the topic of the discussion today, sir. There are clear benefits to what is being proposed. In that regard, Mr. President, while there are benefits, as a Section 34 or 35 senator, I believe is the correct constitutional reference, we like to highlight different perspectives with regard to the benefits and what are the concerns that have been echoed. Now, for my part, Mr. President, I received the token when I entered, reflecting on the fact that we are celebrating 45 years of diplomatic relationship with the People's Republic of China, sir. And certainly, the loan being provided by the Export-Import Bank falls in line with a policy which has seen that China has become the biggest lender of credit in the world, sir. Biggest lender of credit. So the entity, when we peruse the legislation, sir, is stated to be the Export-Import Bank of China, sir. This is stated, when you do the research, sir, as a government development bank which provides loans, guarantees, settlements, deposits, financial consultancy, and other bank-related services for export enterprises. And I think that persons who have concern should be reminded that we have previously borrowed from this entity in a form or fashion $170 million for the Sam Lords project. a project that is nearing its climax, and I'm sure to see all members in attendance as we celebrate. And I think a point should be made, sir, that it is a sign of a mature government. It is a sign of a mature and reasonable government that whence it was in the past that projects started by one administration were maybe not as eagerly embraced, that we see the Sam Lawrence project being taken within the bosom of the development of the government policy, sir, and that is to be commended. So, sir, I say to those who have fears that, well, there was money borrowed from this entity before. And I've heard the commentary with regard to the rate that is now 2%, and we must think about the confidence that is had with the economy and commend the economic advisors. And I think I would like to echo those sentiments. However, when we borrowed the $170 million back in 2017, I believe it was, or 2016, the rate was 2.5%. Now, Mr. President, you would know the difference of basis points, so I will leave that with you, but it is a better interest rate, sir. It is a better interest rate, sir, and it shows the development and how the government is mature in terms of the financing, and we are moving forward. Does it reflect the confidence? Let us see what it says. However, I don't think anyone could argue with a 2% rate of interest. Now, when we examine the legislation which governs these type of loans, sir, the Special Loans Act, and how it has moved over the years, sir, we see that the money borrowed is charged on the general reserves and assets of Barbados. I was speaking to a colleague of mine, and I have received some guidance that that means reference to the consolidated fund. However, sir, the statement is that is a charge on the general reserves and assets of Barbados, which of course would understandably make someone raise a query, sir. Now, I have also heard in previous years and iterations that we should not fear lending nor securitizing on property within Barbados because you can't take it up and carry it away. I've heard that statement made. However, there have been examples where entities have resulted, because of financing obligations, in the increase of charges and tolls and responsibilities. So when persons raise queries, I think that the correct, or maybe the ideal thing to do is to embrace them, engage in the dialogue, and certainly understand, as I was told by a colleague today, that the money is being borrowed for development. They're not borrowing the money to lick it out, Mr. President. They're borrowing the money to develop the roads in Scotland District. I don't think anyone will say that this project ought not to move forward. However, the same way it ought not to move forward in a mature democracy, in a nascent republic, I believe that if persons say, well, how is this being done, that while not coddling them, we certainly don't do a backhand, offhand remark that they ought not to raise a query, and they didn't raise a query prior. Sir, the fact is, China, as I would have indicated, is the biggest lender, so we're in good company. Currently, it's estimated, sir, that is $355 billion being loaned by the Chinese government, which is when compared to the $200 billion owed to Paris Club members and $300 billion owed to the World Bank. Those who have fears, sir, and I think is almost a derogatory term, I think it is derogatory, sir, like to refer to it as a debt trap. And they give the examples of the Sri Lankan port, of the Maldives development, sir, Angola, and Pakistan. But these are places which borrowed billions of dollars. In this case, we are dealing with a loan of $250 million. I think that any fear with regard to debt trap in that regard will certainly be ill-founded. However, because we are so exposed to the media, because persons may not be as informed as to the potential risk or how normal this type of transaction is and the need for access to financing, we must be aware that comments will be made. Sir, As always, after giving the analysis and the perspective, it is simply this. The government is seeking to provide a means and a ways to fulfill an election promise as stated by my friend Senator Paris. It certainly should be encouraged and be allowed to get on with these projects, and the question as to whether the ends justify the means, well, time will tell. The amount, sir, I don't think it's startling. I do not think it's frightening. I have some questions as to regard to what is the security, but what choice do we have in these present circumstances? What choice do we have? So I believe that the dialogue needs to be considered that it is coming from a genuine place, and the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, somebody has to pay the piper. While we are cognizant of that, it is being done for development, and I therefore support the resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Kevin Boyce. Senator Roberts Odom.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Considering the time, I promise that I shall be extremely brief. But I felt it important, considering all that has been said today and today as a whole, to make some very short points. Because as some of the other speakers have pointed out, there have been some concerns raised. There is absolutely no way around that. But there are some basic facts that have to be laid down. 256 million, 2% interest, 20 years, 5 years grace. I believe, Mr. President, I think those are about the exact amount of the details I knew about my mortgage when I signed it. As my hand was shaking as I went across the page, as a child of, well, as someone who would have spent most years at the bottom of the economic ladder, anytime I see large numbers on a page, I start to get nervous, particularly if I have to sign on that page. So I can understand why some people would be concerned, because debt for me makes me itch. It's a conversation that I have to have with myself repeatedly before I sign on a page. Am I sure? Am I sure? Because that is something that will generally make people itch, make them concerned. So I understand the concern. But the one thing I know, sir, I know that Barbadians are interested in seeing this country move forward, not necessarily for themselves, but not only for themselves in their everyday lives, but for all Barbadians. And one of the things that I heard by a senator previously that stuck with me is that the people of the Scotland District have been dealing with the issues that they have been dealing with for 20 plus years. That is absolutely hard for you to tell someone who has waited 20 plus years for their issues to be addressed. Well, this making me a little nervous now, so you might go hold on for another 20 plus years. I know that Barbadians understand that this government does not fall over itself to sign on dotted lines for large sums of money. We are Barbadians, that makes us itch. We're always concerned about it. And I understand that, but I also understand, and I know that no one in this or any other place is going to be willing to stand in front of me and tell me that Carlitha, who lives in an area where she has lived in fear for most of her life, who was born in the Scotland District, who still lives in it, and who, by the grace of God, intends to die in the Scotland District. I know no one is going to attempt to tell me that Carlitha should continue to live in fear for another 20 years of her house slipping down the hill. I know that no one is going to tell Shane, because Shane is a man who's very upset about the fact that in order to be able to preserve his life, He felt like he had to leave a home that was fully paid for and pay rent in Christchurch to ensure that his family is safe when he goes to sleep at night. I know no one is going to tell me in my face that those concerns should have to wait in the back burner, because I know that we as a whole are concerned. The state of the world concerns me greatly. The state of things going up in the supermarket concerns me greatly. I guarantee you that when I was in there on Sunday, I had to take some photos of the prices on the shelf because I was flummoxed as to what was really going on. But I also know that I, like most Barbadians, respect each other and feel as though I'm concerned, but it has to be done. I am concerned, but Barbadians cannot continue to be allowed to live in fear merely because I am concerned. I know that when this government came to power, we were all mightily concerned. And I know as we continue to see things change and we continue to see policies implemented that were for the betterment of better handling of our money, better common sense about what we did and how we did it, we started to feel a bit relieved. I know that COVID and the 3 other major catastrophes which have happened to us in that time have all given us cause to clutch our pearls and beg but why? But Kadir, but are we really, is this really something that we have to live through? And I know that every time I turn on my TV and I continue to watch the issues in Ukraine, it is an education and it is a horror movie all in the same breath. Because I had no idea how many things we used in Barbados came out of Ukraine. Absolutely no idea how a war on the other side of the world would affect my bottom line. So I understand. But the reality of the situation is Barbados continues along a path that this government has set for it. That we took every single rotten egg that we came and found and continued and still to this day continue to find a way to make it work. Not just to make it work for now, but to continue to improve it. To continue to look for ways to minimize debt where we can, to continue to look for ways to take something called good debt, to take on things only that are for the betterment of Barbadians and Barbados. Because the reality of the situation is, I often think of Barbados like a household. There are standard bills every single month. Those bills are coming. So if the fridge stops working, as my good senator pointed out earlier, like some power ain't gonna tell me, all right, I'm gonna allow you this month, checking next month. Water Authority isn't going to tell me that. My regular bills are going to continue, but I still have to find a way to do what needs to be done, because the food in that fridge still has to be able to be kept cold, and the people in this house still have to be fed. So I'm going to look for a method through which I can secure financing to get the appropriate appliance. That is all we are attempting to do, because these people cannot be asked to continue to hold strain. It is enough. I know that the people of Whitehill can tell you it is enough now. We have reached the point now. And I know that whether someone considers it political or not, the good operating for persons in this country to be able to live without fear and to live in good conditions is not just the business of the political, it is the business of every citizen of this country. So no one is going to stand or step me on the street and look me in my face and tell me that they don't understand the betterment for this thing to happen. That they don't agree with and want better for other citizens of this country, because the countryside did not just get cut off. The countryside is not just an abstract place that we go every Sunday where we want to just and breathe out. The people who live in the Scotland district are citizens of this country. They traverse all of the other roads. But when it comes to their own areas, when it comes to getting in and out of their home, when it comes to feeling safe in their own communities, they must be allowed to do the same thing the rest of Barbadians do, sir. So I will say this. I fully, completely, and utterly support the bill. I understand that Barbadians have concerns, and I know that this government will continue to make sure that it addresses those concerns as it can. Because the concerns of Barbadians are the business of this government. Please rest assured, we do not do this much talking, this much meeting, this much giving of information just for giggles. It is to make sure that Barbadians are getting as much information as they can. So I know that we will continue to give information as this project rolls out, sir. But on the point of this project, I want to stand and say on behalf of the people of Scotland District, I am exceedingly glad. I am exceedingly happy because as one pointed out to me not too long ago, the light at the end of the tunnel was beginning to seem as though it was in a different tunnel. So I guarantee you that they are happy, sir, and that the rest of Barbadians, despite their concerns, I am sure will support this measure, sir. And with those few words, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts Odle. Senator Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. Mr. President, I am exceptionally pleased to see Senator Walcott in the chamber. And I know, Mr. President, he'll wish to remind me that as a young man, I invested in a little property in St. John. And he inherited massive properties in St. Lucia. But we're different countries. Mr. President, I am pleased that this government has decided and is on the path of a comprehensive road program in that important part of our island. There are some roads, Mr. President, that I traverse in a sizable vehicle that have not been fixed in 30 years. And it hinders development. And it makes the life of people living in those villages really difficult. Because not even your bicycle can survive the humps and the bumps. But more importantly, Mr. President, if you have to come outside every morning and wait for a bus on half of a road that is falling away, it doesn't do a lot for you. Senator Brathwaite, Mr. President, I think he mentioned water. And our Scotland district has many, many streams that most people don't even know exist. They drive over them over the culverts. And they are really important. And I hope that when this road rehabilitation program gets underway, that due consideration is given to not disrupting, Mr. President, or destroying our streams. Mr. President, during the last BLP administration, some extensive works were done in Springvale. BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And it changed entirely the access from Welshman Hall down to Friendship Baxter's and St. Simon's. And even today, yeah, it's overgrown with some grass. It is there, and the road is absolutely stable. And I'm sure it was done at large cost. So if this money is spent, Mr. President, doing a similar quality of work, it'll be well spent, and it will serve this country well for a long time, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mr. Maynard. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I want to take the opportunity to express appreciation to all honorable senators who spoke, and I want to respond to some of the queries that were raised by each of the senators, or the points that were made in recommendation. Well, Senator Rogers spoke about the benefits that will accrue in the same way that Senator Shanika Roberts-Odell also did, and the benefits, therefore, that would be derived by the residents of the area. I think that that is one thing on which we all can agree will be perhaps the most important impact or important outcome of this investment in our people, because that's really what this is ultimately, an investment in our people, in particular, in this instance, our people who live and earn a living in the rural parts of this country. Senator Dr. Brathwaite, in his contribution, spoke in great detail about the importance of the rural areas and rural tourism and a contribution to agriculture. I deliberately, Mr. President, even as the Minister with responsibility for tourism, spoke only very briefly about ecotourism in the area, because I did not want this to be treated to as something that was for anyone except the people of the Scotland District. I chose not to anchor my own comments as Minister of Tourism in the advantages of tourism for the sector. But of course, I subscribe to the benefits that will be derived as a downstream benefit, of course, to tourism. And that in its own right, Mr. President, will also give economic benefits and commercial opportunities to the people who live and potentially can develop new businesses in the area. Now, Senator Harewood in his contribution spoke about the importance of development of skilled professionals, persons who can work in the construction industry in the area, and people who can be developed. Mr. President, I was very pleased to be a part of a cabinet that just a few weeks ago announced publicly for all to see and all to hear the launch under the umbrella of the Ministry of Education, Technical and Vocational Training, the Construction Gateway Project. This was a manifesto promise. It is again an instance of a Barbados Labour Party that makes promises and keeps those promises, Mr. President. We undertook to make the commitment, Mr. President, that in an ambitious capital works program that we envisaged over the next 10 years, that we felt, Mr. President, that whether it was in the area of house building, in the area of preparedness for disasters or resilience, or even in specialized skills, that there was a need for us to train thousands of Barbadians in artisanal skills and to allow those persons to then be the forerunners in the construction boom, including these kinds of construction works. And I am pleased that that project has started and has been launched, and I believe that it is running as we speak, Mr. President, with Barbadians having applied to and being a part of that project. In addition to the training, Mr. President, of artisanal workers in Barbados, which is for what is being described as the future construction boom, including all of these capital works projects, Mr. President, it does include the provision of startup equipment. It does provide provision for financial literacy training so that they have the rudiments of how to start and run and maintain a business. It does include inclusion. It does also have reference, Mr. President, to the inclusion in construction projects which are being led by the government of Barbados, by this government of Barbados. And so I would risk to venture, Mr. President, that this is something that this administration anticipated, planned, and is already executing. Now, Senator Drake spoke about the importance of a communication package. Every major project executed by this government in this way has had an inbuilt communication project. There are also monies that are usually allocated for the retention of communications professionals whose responsibility it is to ensure that people are kept aware of what is happening. In addition to that, Mr. President, every single member of Parliament representing a constituency that falls within the Scotland District area has also been asked to ensure that, one, They are kept abreast with the Ministry of Transport and Works for the work that is being done, and that they use their constituency offices, their relationships with their constituents, their WhatsApp groups, their bulletins, all of that, so that you have the institutional PR communications being done by the project itself under the umbrella of the ministry, as well as the constituency representative. That is inbuilt into the project, Mr. President. I also want to make reference to the question about debt, because, Mr. President, I think Senator Roberts-Odell raised it well. Barbadians are uncomfortable about debt. I am uncomfortable about debt. It's something that all of us are uncomfortable about when it comes to incurring additional responsibilities. And I think we also accept that there is no certainty about tomorrow. While we hope to be inspired for tomorrow, and we hope that tomorrow will come and it's a brighter tomorrow. I think that in 2019, Mr. President, when we came to office, after having come to office in a way that you have described, Senator Drake, through you, Mr. President, after all of that activity in 2016 and what happened then in 2018, and having gone through the debt restructuring, and you're thinking, yes, we're excited, we're ready to go, and then boom, by February 2020, the world had changed, Mr. President, and we thought, let's stay inside for a few weeks, and a few weeks turned into months, and it turned into 2.5 years. So we don't know what tomorrow brings. We don't have tomorrow planned, but we have to make sure that as a people, Barbadians, especially now, understand that if tomorrow comes, and when tomorrow comes, we as a government have a responsibility to prepare for that tomorrow. We have a responsibility to mitigate against the risk of what could happen, but also to accept that there are those things which we could at best describe force majeure, and then we have no control over them, but we have to plan. If I was afraid of flying, Mr. President, but I wanted to get to New York, I'd have to be able to get some pills, and I'd have to be able to do all the mitigation, and I'd still get on that plane, and I'd make sure that I can go. But I can't not go because I'm afraid of what could happen, because I just have to be able to do it and to put every single measure in place, Mr. President, to mitigate against a negative output. Now, on the question of the governing by Chinese law, my understanding is that, and I've seen a few contracts in the last 2.5 years in my ministry, and each of these contracts, Mr. President, is submitted to the Office of the Solicitor General for extensive review. And in many instances, most contracts either fall under the laws of the country where the company is originating, or it falls under the laws of Barbados, depending on what the nature of the contract is. There's nothing extraordinary about the laws of China being the applicable notion here. It actually, in fact, most of us have banking relationships with commercial banks that are not based in Barbados, and they are governed by the laws of Canada or anyone else for that matter. And this is no different, and I want to make sure that the public is able to put that in context. Then, Mr. President, I want to speak about what if. Now, Senator Drake spoke about whether or not we would be in a position if something happens, if the worst happens, and made the comparisons between what happened in 2016, the evolution from 2016 to 2018, where we are now, and what could happen in terms of recessionary conditions. Those things are all true. But aside from the debt, Mr. President, aside from our ability to repay the debt, there is also the reality, Mr. President, that at this time, in 2018, we made a commitment as a government to have Barbados restored to 15 weeks of import cover. We not only had the debt as at 2016, 2018, we not only had the debt to GDP ratio at 2016, but we also had depleted foreign reserves with very little import cover. We made a commitment in 2018 to return to 15 weeks of import cover. Today, as at 2022, Barbados has 39 weeks of import cover. That gives us an entirely different scenario when you put that into the mix. If tomorrow comes, what could happen? Our Barbados's ability to respond is entirely different today than it had been then. And the final thing that I want to say is this, Mr. President. In the last Parliament, this administration came under heavy, heavy fire for recruiting and retaining an economic advisory team. We pulled together a team of people with impeccable credentials from around the world on loan from some of the major institutions in some instances, and they were roundly vilified in this country. Mr. President, I would want to take this opportunity to say that where Barbados is now is a significant credit to the public officials who have worked on that team in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. It is a significant credit as well, Mr. President, to the benefit of the development resources, but it is also a significant credit to the economic and the financial advisory team that this administration has been able to bring and keep on board in order to guide its fiscal affairs. Mr. President, I want, in coming down the line, to respond to Senator Boyce. I'm sorry that he has spoken and run away without having the benefit of a response. But, you know, the beauty of leading the debate on bills like this is that you kind of know what you will start with and what you will close with. And you consider if you will close with it based on what is said. So there was a door that was opened, Mr. President, that I wasn't sure if I was going to walk through, but Senator Boyce having opened it, I am quite happy to walk through it. Mr. President, in 2016, the government of Barbados, very much so not under the Barbados Labour Party administration, the previous Democratic Labour Party administration did borrow $170 million from the same bank. They did borrow it, Mr. President, at 2.5%, and so the argument could be easily made if someone wanted to. That, all right, well, when I said 2%, it was 2.5% in 2017, what was the big deal? Mr. President, there is a provision within this loan agreement that this administration spent a lot of time navigating because of that 2017 loan, Mr. President. That 2016 loan, under the Democratic Labour Party administration, put Barbados in a position, and I want people to hear me clearly, where sovereign assets owned by the state were liable to be picked up and owned by a foreign entity if there was a default on the loan. I want to repeat myself. The 2016 loan of $170 million at USD at 2.5% provided for a port, an airport, anything to be picked up if there was a default. That was not done under the Barbados Labour Party. That was done under a previous administration in 2016. Whichever administration was in power, you would know then. This administration, for this loan, in 2022, has ensured that there is a clause which guarantees sovereign immunity for all state assets. And the assets, therefore, what is picked up here, Mr. President, and when Senator Boyce went down the road of talking about the lien against I was making sure I kept careful notes. I think those of you who know me know I'm always prepared. When he went down the line of speaking about general reserves and assets of Barbados and the charges to the Consolidated Fund, Mr. President, this loan is charged to the Consolidated Fund under the Barbados Labour Party administration because it is not charged to our ports or our airports and any of our sovereign assets, as was done under the Democratic Labour Party. That is why it is charged to the Consolidated Fund. We have protected the people and the assets of this country from the things that we expect people to be concerned about, Mr. President. This is not fly-by-night government. We have not put together a fly-by-night team of people, Mr. President. So yes, open the door because we are happy as an administration to walk through it. We are happy to draw the correlations that yes, on the Sam Lawrence project, we inherited a project, but we inherited a project that we will open, we expect, in December of this year. I believe we had meetings with Wyndham on Friday afternoon. But we walked through the door knowing that a previous administration, despite watching the news like all of the rest of we, and seeing what was happening in instances where state assets had not been protected in loan agreements, still signed in 2016 an agreement that did not exempt our state's resources. This administration has made sure and done just that. So there is no difference, there is no correlation, I should say, because there is a huge difference between what the government of Barbados, as it was constituted in 2016, did, and what this Barbados Labour Party has done in 2022 as it relates to this loan. And I am proud to be a member of an administration that ensures that the interests of the people of Barbados are protected, even if we are in a scenario where we are unsure about what tomorrow will bring, unsure about whether later on in the year there will be recessionary conditions, unsure about whether there will be another pandemic, God forbid, by the time we wake up tomorrow morning, unsure about what the growth trajectory is going to be, but we're going to put our best efforts into ensuring that it is an upward trajectory, but we make sure that that which we already own and that in which we have already invested, it remains belonging to the people of Barbados. Mr. President, I want to assure Senator Maynard that the springs will remain intact. Barbados will ensure through the various environmental agencies that the environmental assessments are done and that they are maintained. In fact, you would recall that in our manifesto as well, and is already beginning to be rolled out, I believe the Ministry of Environment has already started a project along these lines to maintain our gullies, our caves, I may have mentioned that before, but also to ensure that our natural waterways are also maintained and are protected. And I give the assurance on behalf of the government of Barbados that this project in the Scotland District area will be no different. Mr. President, in closing, I want to recognize the work, the advocacy work that has been done over an extended period of time by the members of parliament who have represented the Scotland District areas and the constituencies in the Scotland District area. Retired member of parliament for St. Andrew, Mr. George Payne, has been a voice in the wilderness for decades, crying out for the interests of the people of St. Andrew who have not benefited from any rehabilitative work or any restorative work for decades, perhaps for as long as the Barbados Labour Party has been in office in those areas. The Member of Parliament for St. Thomas, the Honourable Cynthia Ford, has also been crying out for an extended period of time for rehabilitative work to be done in St. Thomas. The sitting Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, the Honourable Attorney General, Mr. Dale Marshall, has also been crying out for rehabilitative work to be done also in that area. If we were to go up to St. John, in the area that you mentioned earlier, St. John has had 2 prime ministers over the course of its lifespan, and it has not benefited from any significant rehabilitative works. It has done so under this administration, under the leadership of the Member of Parliament now. Mr. President, I am hopeful that tomorrow will come and it will be a brighter tomorrow. I am confident that even if it is not a brighter tomorrow, that the government of Barbados, of which I'm a member, will be able to mitigate whatever challenges come. I give the assurance that we will put our best efforts into ensuring that that will be the case, Mr. President. I look forward to working with all of the partners to be able to ensure that when the people of the Scotland District are able to benefit in the first instance from this rehabilitative work, that ultimately, after the fact, the people who visit us, those of us who are domestic tourists and those of us who come from internationally, will also be able to see the beauty of the Scotland District and the beauty of a transformational exercise in the rural parishes of our country. And with these few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to you and I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. The question is that this resolution do now pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed. Senator Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are having an early evening. This brings us to the end of government business for the day, and I wish to adjourn. I beg to move that the Senate is adjourned sine die.
The question is that the Senate be now adjourned sine die. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Missing the ayes have it. The sitting, the Senate is therefore now adjourned.